Dr. White Boy by Tyler Walker.
Britney has a fever.
And Rufo has the cure.
Being a successful professor leaves no time for her to scope out the dating scene.
But when she learns that the inheritance that's left for her carries a stipulation,
Britney has to come up with something stat.
and Rufo is the antidote, for he himself has to settle down in order to appease his grandfather before he passes away.
These two come up with the perfect prescription for a fake marriage.
But what happens when the side effects involve actually falling for each other?
Only one way to find out?
Head on over to tylerwalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a sweet discount on all digital content.
There is where you'll find the good stuff. The spicy stuff that gives you heart palpitations that YouTube won't let us show.
Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all the goods Miss Tyler brings.
They say laughter is the best medicine.
Drop your favorite medical pickup line in the comments.
You're listening to Tyler Walker's Dr. White Boy. Chapter 1. Britney. If you think this class is all about dusting off ancient books and wearing togas, I encourage you to pick up your stuff and leave right now, I say. Not unkindly, but in a way that can't possibly be misinterpreted. Level 1. Philosophy can be a slog, especially to students who take it without really thinking it through. The ones that think it will be an easy A, a credit filler, not in my classroom. I like to be approachable and fair, but I'm not messing around. You apply yourself here, you will do well. If you don't, there's the door. It's a formula that works for me, and I've done all right for myself so far. Of course, I much prefer teaching the graduate students, but we all have to start somewhere. If I can get at least one freshman excited about philosophy from this class, I consider it a win. My voice, clear and bright without being overly loud, fills the lecture hall. In true Yale fashion, it is creaky, old, and hallowed. The students, some slouching, some nodding with feigned understanding, and others not even trying to engage, fan out around and upwards of me as I stand in the apex of the semicircular room. I hold court. I enjoy it. I'm not afraid to admit that I always have, although I had to work damn hard to get here. Philosophy is not just ideas and theories. It is critical thinking. It is the practice of logical analysis and clear writing. It will challenge you. Buzz. The sound immediately gets under my skin. It will challenge you. Buzz. I remind everyone to review the area of the syllabus pertaining to cell phone use in this class. Buzz. Some students check their bags. Others hold up their phones to prove to me they are not the offender. Buzz. Then, with a small kind of horror, I realize the source. It's mine. My phone is ringing in my own classroom. This never happens. Everyone I know never calls me when I'm teaching. Instead of offering excuses, however, I simply stop talking and reach into my pocket. It's a Boston area code, but from a number I don't recognize. Normally, I would put such a call straight through to voicemail, but something compels me to answer, even during class. Turning my back to the students, I answer, "Yes, this is her." The voice on the other end is clipped and efficient. A nurse from a hospital in Boston. My Aunt Felicia has been in a car accident. It's serious. Do I want to be at her bedside? Things both speed up and slow down at the exact same moment. I feel my hand ending the call. I hear my voice dismissing the class and alerting my other classes that I will be gone for the rest of the day. I feel the tires under my car as I drive the 2+ hours from New Haven to Boston. I smell the disinfectant of the hospital and squint at the bright antiseptic lights of the waiting room. And then I hear the words from the attending physician. She suffered a heart attack and slammed into a pole. We did our best, but I'm sorry there was too much damage. Just like that, the one person in my life that I respected and admired has left this world. As a philosopher, you'd think I'd have something pithy and comforting to say. Some nugget that would shed light on the situation, make everything seem okay. But I don't. I am simply a woman standing in a hospital, being handed my aunt's purse and other belongings. We are sorry for your loss, I am told. After that, the days are slightly blurred. I am grateful for the never-ending energy and can-do attitude of Vanessa, my best friend. Though slightly more adventurous and impulsive than I, she is tireless when it comes to problem-solving and will always be there in a pinch. Together, we arrange Aunt Felicia's funeral. A simple but elegant affair, attended by only a handful of colleagues and acquaintances. Shaking hands, arranging details with the caterer and funeral director, and seeing Felicia given a proper send-off helps numb feelings that lurk at the corner of my conscience. After the funeral, I am left to face the hole in my life by Felicia's absence. Never married and stubborn to a fault, my aunt took me in when no one else would. It was because of her I attended Yale and became the ambitious person I am today. Through her mental, emotional, and financial support, I was able to set my sights on the goals she herself had achieved, being a dean at one of the most prestigious schools in the country. For a young Black woman with no family support, that was no easy feat. My parents, for all their outward shows of pride, never really spent any of it on me. Theo, my little brother, received all the real love they could spare. Fortunately for me, Felicia was there to fill in the gaps, and now she's gone, just like that. Thank you all for coming today. I'm sorry this conference room is so crowded. The attorney, Madison Ford, explains. I sit, my posture as straight and tall as possible, in the chair furthest from the proceedings, i.e., the reading of Aunt Felicia's last will and testament. Why my entire family had to be summoned to this event is beyond me. A legal formality, I suppose. Ms. Ford's offices are peak Boston, cramped and filled with too much stuff. My parents and little brother sit at one end, their faces closed and distrustful. I try my best to stay as aloof and unreadable as possible. They never cared about Felicia. Mary, my mother, and Felicia's younger sister, looked upon her like a foreign species. I cannot fathom why they all have to be here now. All I want is for this whole strange formality to be read as quickly as possible, so I can return to New Haven and get on with my life. As you may know, Felicia held several properties in and around Boston. Ms. Ford begins, followed by a listing of houses and condominiums, and even one entire building in what I perceive to be very high-end neighborhoods. She invested well. I think to myself, feeling strangely detached from the proceedings. All of these properties are designated as rental income, and I'm happy to say are performing well, she intones, with the voice of someone who has personally benefited from Aunt Felicia's patronage. Which only leaves the primary property, a large American Foursquare, which served as Felicia's primary place of residence, has been left solely to Britney Hale. I nod sadly. Fond memories are associated with that house, and while I am glad I will be its sole owner now, I suspect entering it now will bring some painful memories. A ripple of frustration goes through my immediate family at the other end of the conference table. I ignore it. And now it is my duty to disclose just how the remaining properties are to be dispersed. Silence descends in an instant. If there's one thing my family understands, it's when free stuff is being handed out. Miss Ford has their rapt attention. After a breath, she finally speaks. Britney Hale. She is the sole owner of all properties listed herein. The quiet shatters like crystal. What? There must be a mistake. Nothing for me, her own sister. I say nothing, clammed up in shock and not a little bit of smug satisfaction. Truth be told, the burden of now owning and having to maintain such properties is a daunting one, but the look of shock on my family's faces is quite rewarding. They never cared about Felicia in life, but they sure as hell care about her motives now. Give us some, Britney. Perhaps you could share a little. My mother begins. Yeah, you'll need help maintaining them all. My father continues. I could help out. I'm skilled with such things. And you live so far away. Theo offers. I say nothing. Miss Ford, for her part, looks like she has more to say. Her mouth keeps opening and closing, her hands flailing just a little, trying to get these greedy customers to settle. If you'll just listen, there is a catch. A small one, but not insignificant. I raise my hand so I can listen to Miss Ford, and my family members finally hush. It gives me a strange thrill to wield a small amount of power. As I was saying, there is one catch to this arrangement. An unusual one, I might add, she says in a rush, happy to finally have the chance to speak. The decedent has speculated that the properties will only transfer with free and unfettered title if and when Ms. Hale marries. This must occur within 6 months as of today's date. I am utterly and completely stunned. Somehow I managed to croak out a question. What happens if I don't? She's ready with a stunning answer. The properties will be swiftly divided amongst your family, including the primary house. You will not receive anything. What? The gleeful feeling I held only moments before has completely disappeared, and my family sits in smug defiance. We need to talk about this, I protest. Now it's Ms. Ford's turn to raise her hand. Happy to do so, in private. The rest of you are free to go. I will obviously be updating you again 6 months from now. My family stands. Their faces still confused, but happier with this news. They think it's a slam dunk. Possibly because it is. I've never been interested in marriage. My life is my own. I've never felt the need to share it with anyone. Moments later, they have left, not even bothering to say goodbye. I stare above them, stone-faced, waiting until the door shuts behind them. As soon as it does, I turn in my chair. Why? Why would she do this? Miss Ford's face slackens a little. It's clear the ordeal has tired her out. I wish I could sympathize, but I've just been dealt a crappy hand and I want answers. Your aunt, from what I understand, was worried you would end up like her, an old maid. To be clear, she loved and admired you and was so proud of all you achieved, but she wants you to share this wealth, what she called lonely earnings, with someone. Do that and everything is yours. I am stunned. I thought my aunt and I were always united in our worship of work as the only form of happiness, the only way to live. And here she is forcing me to marry. And for what? Some houses and rentals? Lucrative ones, don't forget. And there's no way around it. Ironclad. I don't remember leaving the room, but I clearly do. Because when I open the door, I spy Vanessa sitting there, her face twisted in anger as she stares down my mother. She had come with me today as support, and unfortunately had to face my family when they came gloating. Look who it is, the heiress, except who would want her. A moment ago, I didn't want these properties. They felt burdensome. Now, a blade of white-hot anger tears through me. My mother doesn't deserve them, doesn't deserve to benefit from Felicia's hard work. I do. I have sacrificed so much. And who says no one wants me? Who says I can't be married? You really think that of your own daughter? Who says something like that? Vanessa spits. I can tell she's ramping up to say something truly awful. But I want to play the long game. No cheap shots for me. 6 months? Is that all? Easy. Can't wait to see all those rent checks pour in. I say breezily, indicating for Vanessa to join me. Vanessa's face crumples in disappointment at being denied her moment, but she complies. We leave as quickly as we can. My resolve may be tattered, but I'm bolstered by the look of pure anger on my mother's face. Time to prove her wrong.
Chapter 2. Rufo, Water, scalding and steamy, washes the shift away. Or at least it tries to. The only thing that will really erase the last 11 hours is a good shower, a plate of steak and potatoes, and 8 hours of shut-eye. I'll be lucky if I get the shower, I groan inwardly to myself. The operation was long but successful. The patient has a long road ahead, but the surgery was key, and it went off without a hitch. Give me updates as they come in, yes? I call over to my charge nurse as I dry my hands on the sterilized towel hanging near the sinks. I can see the orderlies cleaning up the OR through the observation window. The patient has been wheeled out into recovery. Of course, Dr. Gunninger, Nurse Wendy replies. She's no nonsense, and I've come to rely heavily on her. Good thing, because, as a cardiac surgeon, I need to really focus when it comes to some of these tricky cases. It's nice to leave the other details up to my competent nursing staff. After changing from my scrubs into my sweatpants and hoodie, I grab my keys and prepare to make my way to the parking garage under the hospital. Leaving the locker room, however, I'm stopped by one of the nurses, Patricia. Sorry to stop you, Dr. G, but there's a call for you on line 4. Inwardly, I gnash my teeth. Outwardly, I offer a simple answer. On it. Thanks. Seconds after picking up the phone, I realize it's not about a patient of mine, but rather a personal emergency. My grandfather, Rufus, whom I'm somewhat named after, has had a fainting spell and has been admitted upstairs. Would I like to come by for a visit? Mumbling something non-committal, I put the phone down. The first thing I need to do is get over my shock that the man I know as my grandfather, an imposing, take-charge, huge personality of a guy, could even possess the ability to faint. It doesn't add up. Then again, he is getting up there. Perhaps the info has become garbled along the way. I'm conflicted about what to do. As much as I don't want to go visit the old man, it would be wrong to just walk out. But if I do visit him, won't I make him upset and perhaps make him worse? Besides, I'd never get to sleep with that on my mind. My cell phone rings next with my mother's name emblazoned on the screen. There's no getting around this now. I click the green accept button. Right away, my ears are assaulted by the customary tones of my mother. Never one to keep a level head in any crisis, I immediately revert back to my role as listener and caretaker. I'm glad to do it, but it's difficult after such a long and grueling shift. Oh, Rufy, have you heard? Your grandfather is not doing well at all. You must come and see him. Making reassuring noises, I tell her I'll be there in less than 5 minutes. Still sniffling, she ends the call and I take the elevator the few floors to the unit where my grandfather is now lying. On the way, I take some steadying breaths. It's never easy to be in a room with my family, especially my grandfather. Once a titan of the family business, all I've seemed to do my whole life is disappoint him. After the loss of my father, I was supposed to take it all on. The business, the brutality of being a cutthroat negotiator, all of it, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. The lure of medicine, and most especially that of being a cardiac surgeon, was too much. I chose my path and never regret it, even when I have 11-hour surgeries, but it disappointed the old man. Imagine being in a family where becoming a surgeon was a source of disappointment. Never thought that could be a reality, but it's clearly mine. Walking in, I am met with a sea of concerned faces. My mother is there, sniffling in a corner, comforted by my sister-in-law, Tara. Carl, my older brother, stands nearby, staring into his phone, ostensibly taking care of something important. He's not much of a caregiver, that one, so he often retreats into the undeniable position of having to take care of something so vague no one can argue with it. Nieces and nephews have taken up the remaining furniture, in states of boredom, hyperactivity, or a bit of both. My sister, Natalie, loafs nearby as well, looking for a way to leave. Typical. Lording over it all is my grandfather. He's pale and slightly wasted-looking, but his grandiose presence still looms. "Oh, Rufy! So glad you are here! Come here!" My mother beckons, and I approach, nodding my hellos to Tara. She is a sensible one, and knows to give me and Mother space. "What happened, Mom? Did he just faint, or what? Why all the fuss?" There are entirely too many family members in this room for a simple fainting spell. Her hands shredding a tissue, my mother haltingly tells me the news. It's not just a fainting spell. They found a tumor in his BR brain. She weeps as she speaks. Quickly, I grab at his chart and see the diagnosis written there. Sure enough, it's a bad one. I'm no neurologist, but I know a bad scenario when I see one. Rufo, get over here. My grandfather's voice still has the ability to stop me in my tracks. It's weaker now, to be sure, but I am powerless to fight it. In 2 steps, I am at his bedside. I can feel my family hush and watch. Being the black sheep of the family makes for some fine family drama, apparently. Can you believe that deal? Seems like I'm getting shafted when I've dodged bad deals my whole life, he says, trying to sound light. Not a good diagnosis, I have to admit, I reply. They want to operate. Cut stuff out, he begins. Don't let them. My mother chokes a little and starts wringing her hands again. I don't want to admit that I agree with him. It would upset my mother too much. I'm too old and I want to see my wife. She's been gone so long and I know she's just waiting for me. Don't let any of these sentimental jokers convince you otherwise. I'm looking to you to support me on this, he says, his eyes clear and bright. A wave of protest goes up in the room, everyone trying to throw in their very best reasons for why my grandfather should undergo a very fraught procedure. I stay silent. He and I have never really gotten along. Our arguments when I was growing up, with my mother too weak to be an effective ally and my father already dead, were legendary. But he always had my back. When I think of the countless times he cleaned up my messes in college, the scrapes and stupid shenanigans I pulled, I can't deny he cared for me. My grandfather snaps. Stop it! Every last one of you. It's my decision. Now, Rufo, come closer. I do, perching lightly at his bedside. You know I'm not one to get all girly and emotional, he begins, his tone softening. But I have to tell you something before it's too damn late. What's that? I'm proud of you. I'm not sure I hear him properly. What's that? I said I'm proud of you. Sure, you were a stubborn horse's ass and did what you wanted, and it made me mad as hell at the time, but now I see why you did it. You're the best damn surgeon out there, and don't I know it. You may not have picked the path I wanted, but you did it your way, and I have to respect that. And being the best is what our family does. I'm stunned. Never has he even intimated he thought these things. What's going on? Before I can say anything, he continues. But I need you to not be stubborn about one thing. If you can possibly wrap that smart-ass brain around it. What's that? I feel like a broken record. Get yourself married and give me a great-grandchild. What? It's clear you have good genes and it would be a shame not to pass them along. Get yourself a good, strong, beautiful girl and make me a damn great-grandchild, would you? But you have great-grandchildren already. I know that! I want one from you, damn it! My instinct just then is to simply laugh. What kind of dying wish is this? He has everything he could possibly need or want. Why this? No way, Gramps. Never gonna happen. The laughter is not well received. Suddenly, his face goes pale, and his eyes disappear into the back of his head. I recognize the signs immediately and jam my hand on the emergency call button. A cacophony of questions and alarm noises come from my assembled family, but I ignore them, instead beginning to administer CPR on the old man. My body goes on autopilot. It doesn't matter that I'm related to him. He's now a person in distress, and my job is to help him. Seconds later, the crash cart arrives, along with Dr. Weller, the neurologist on rounds. Everyone clear the room, Dr. Weller announces, and everyone shuffles slowly to the rooms beyond. I stay behind, watching as they stabilize my grandfather. And just like that, it's all over. He is unconscious but stable, and I am able to focus on other things. You know the signs, Rufo, Dr. Weller begins. It's pretty bad. He can't get upset. That's only going to make symptoms worse. I nod, berating myself for bringing this on. Just then, I feel a tug at my arm. My mother has returned, her eyes red-rimmed and weepy. Rufo, he needs this operation. You must convince him. Dr. Weller and I share a look. We both know that it's a tough road ahead, surgery or no surgery. Thanking Dr. Weller, I usher my mother from the room. As I leave, Carl grabs at me, asking me to take a walk. What's up? I ask. My brother and I are cool to each other, as we have been our whole lives. There's no reason for it. We're just very different people with very different goals in life. Get married. Make him happy, Carl says. Blunt and succinct, as always. What? We both know my brother has worshipped Grandpa since the beginning, but not to the point where I have to give up my whole life, right? Just do it. It's the only way he'll be convinced to go through with the operation. I don't have the energy to explain how low his chances of survival are. Carl wouldn't hear them anyway. You're the one he's always wanted. For once, make him happy, get married, and give him a great-grandchild. Is that so freaking hard? I have nothing left to give. My stores are depleted. No way, I say, storming away. My life will not be dictated by anyone but me, and that's final.
Chapter 3. Britney. I spread the fresh linen over my lap and turn my attention back to Vanessa. She squirms excitedly in her seat and faces me with her large, bright eyes. It's a little hot out, huh? She fans herself and looks around and over my shoulder a couple of times. Well, I think dining outside was the perfect idea. The cool breeze is just lovely. I pick up the menu and scan the entree course. Vanessa picks up her menu, but I see her eyes flicking over my shoulder and back down again. She hums out loud, pretending to read the menu. Vanessa, I say as I put down my menu and try to catch her eye line. What's up? She chirps. Everything will go smoothly, I promise. I reach over and squeeze her hand reassuringly. He sounds lovely. Britney, I am positive this time. He is definitely the one. I smile and return my attention back to the menu. She has told me that about her last 3 boyfriends, and they have all been the douchiest guys I have ever met. To put it lightly, I'm not sure how this new guy will be. I do know that her taste is an acquired one. She has been quite secretive about Gerald, though. She said she wanted to be absolutely sure about him. Oh, there he is. Vanessa shoots up from her chair and waves at someone in the distance. She sits back down and looks at me with alarmed eyes. How do I look? She brings her hair forward and bats her lashes at me. As lovely as ever, I say, taking a sip of Chardonnay. Gerald waves to the table, rushes inside the building, and briskly walks to the outdoor dining patio to meet us. Vanessa pulls her short, lacy romper down as she stands to greet him. She throws her arms over his broad shoulders and gives him a big kiss on the cheek. He leans over and hugs her tightly, lifting her slightly and bringing her down. I've missed you so much, Gerald muffles into her shoulder. These 2 days have been excruciating, Vanessa adds. She pulls back and fixes the collar on his navy blue polo. I smile warmly at this interaction. He steps aside from her and sticks his hand out to me. You must be Britney, the final boss, he says with a playful smile. I nod and tilt my head, a bit confused. He reads my expression. It's just that Vanessa has been so nervous for me to meet you. She says your opinion is the most important, and I've met her parents. He chuckles, and I give a laugh as well, though I am truly flattered. It's very nice to meet you, Gerald, I say, and take a seat along with everyone. Gerald loves books too, Britney, Vanessa says, and turns to Gerald. Britney is a philosophy professor at Yale. Gerald smiles at her. So I've heard. How is that? I shrug and sip my wine. It's amazing, truly rewarding. I have students coming in unmotivated and taking my class for a credit, and they leave enlightened. You are a blessing, he says, and turns to Vanessa, putting his arm lovingly around her shoulder. Me, I say. I heard you're a nurse at the New Haven Hospital. Gerald bows his head and nods. It's both a blessing and a curse. Bittersweet. Vanessa leans forward and cups her hand over her mouth. Sometimes he gets too attached to the patients, and it doesn't always end well. I know what he meant. I whisper, matching her energy. She giggles and sits upright again. I have been so excited for you two to meet. It's my two favorite people ever in the same place. When worlds collide, am I right? Vanessa talks and talks endlessly, and I look over at Gerald, who watches in absolute delight and genuine admiration. My heart warms, and I tilt my head admirably. So that's how I knew that I was definitely ready for this meeting to happen. Vanessa concludes. I turn back to her, and her brightness just emanates love and warmth. She is my favorite person, too. I'm glad she's with someone who appreciates her for who she truly is. The son. Maybe he is the one for her. Hey, Gerald shouts from the table. He stands and waves his hand to this man approaching us. The man jogs up to us, his blonde hair falling on his temple and reflecting the sun as he runs over. He is broad, lean, and muscular. His white button-down sits tight over his chest and arms. His pants are tight and fit just right. He is definitely a sight for sore eyes, and completely my type. He gets closer to the table. His deep blue eyes smile at his friend, Gerald. Convenient. Please, please join us, Gerald says. Vanessa nods forcefully and motions to the empty seat next to me. My stomach turns in anticipation. Oh, guys, I do not want to intrude, the man says. Please, we would be happy to have you, Vanessa encourages. Cons of having extrovert friends. Yes, please, I say with a smile. The mysterious eye candy walks out onto the patio and approaches us. He says hello to Gerald and Vanessa, then turns to face me. His eyes meeting mine make me immediately avert my gaze away from his hypnosis. I'm Rufo Gunninger, a friend and co-worker of Gerald's. His words melt over my ears like honey. He extends his hand and I take it. His firm grasp makes some kind of warmth gather within me. I quickly slip my hand away. What is wrong with me? I'm Britney Hale, Vanessa's friend, I say quickly. I go to sit down, and Rufo comes and pulls the chair out for me. Great. He's respectful too. It feels suspiciously close to a double date, but who am I kidding? I'm sure this man has a trail of women behind him. He is definitely a womanizer, and I am not falling victim to that. Good to see you, man. How is work? Gerald says, taking a sip of the wine he ordered. I had an 11-hour surgery the other day, Rufo says with a sigh. He takes a swig of the complimentary water glass laid out in front of him. His Adam's apple bobs. I rip my eyes away. Rufo here is a cardiothoracic surgeon, Gerald says, motioning to him. Oh, so he's smart. That's the most important quality I look for in a guy. It's really a shame he has this quality. I nod without facing him. Whoa, Vanessa says. That's really impressive, right, Britney? Yup, I say with a squint as I take a long swig of Chardonnay. Britney is a philosophy teacher at Yale, Vanessa adds. Oh, really? Rufo says to me. I went to Harvard. It's not the same school, I say without facing him. Yale is the Harvard of not being Harvard. He laughs along with everyone at the table but me. Then he turns to face me again. I read that somewhere. So I'm assuming you went to Yale as well, Rufo says, rubbing his sharp jawline, though not purposely, I think. I mutter. What do you like about philosophy? His rough voice says. Britney loves thinking abstractly about everything. Life is just so short to be discovering all these endless bounds of thought, Vanessa spills. Right, Britney? I nod. She kicks my leg under the table with a thud, and a sharp pain shoots up my chin. I almost spit my drink out. Yes, Vanessa, that is why I enjoy philosophy. Vanessa smirks and pulls out her phone and types vigorously. I grab mine and turn it off. I'm not going to let her encourage this. I see that unhinged look in her eye. No lady friend today, Rufo? Gerald asks with a grin on his face. My eyes can't help but look over to Rufo. I think he notices. No, I am not into that, he says and clears his throat. Come on. Gerald and Vanessa giggle to themselves while Rufo shifts in his seat and adjusts his collar. I was right. He is a womanizer. This is my sign to stay away from the likes of him. I will not be falling for him. This is just a game to him. So, how long have you been teaching? Rufo asks. I shift in my seat. I didn't hear a word out of his mouth. Our waiter hasn't come by in a while. I comment casually and pick up my glass. I hear Rufo scoff and he smirks, running a finger over his bottom lip. Gerald and Vanessa side-eye each other and nod. I hear them laugh amongst themselves. What are they planning? What was that telepathic conversation about? I guess they are perfect for each other after all. I stare intently into Vanessa's eyes, but it seems as though she has turned off her telepathy to me. She smiles sweetly and clinks her glass against Gerald's. All while Rufo scans the menu, oblivious to some kind of master plan they're brewing. Dinner was nice. The aroma of the delicious food carried through the patio doors and to our table all night. The evening sky swam with colors until gray clouds started to move in, the petrichor setting in. I lean back in my chair and sigh. Closing my eyes, I start taking in the atmosphere of the environment and sip on my second glass of Chardonnay. My friends are chatting, having a good time. The small city is buzzing with life, and I am trying to take in every sensation of this present moment. Gerald and I are going to head back to my place, Vanessa says. This news snapping me from my perfect moment. What? I managed to get out. Gerald and Vanessa stand. It was great meeting you, Britney. You are amazing. It has truly been a pleasure. Thank you for taking such great care of my beautiful girlfriend. Rufo can take you home. I promise we can grab lunch or dinner later this week to catch up, Vanessa says, grabbing her purse. I think I'll grab a cab. I don't want to inconvenience him. I spit out, feeling warm. I've been put on the spot. She knows I hate that almost more than unexpected plans. She runs out of the restaurant with Gerald giggling just behind her. Yes, gladly I'll take you, Rufo says, flashing his smile at me. His dimples are making me weak. No, really, I'm fine taking a cab. On that thought, a roar of thunder and the instant splattering of rain on the sidewalk ensue. You really want to stand out there waiting in the rain? Rufo says with his coat hanging off his finger enticingly. I point to the inside of the building. Please, Rufo says with an eye roll and playful smirk. I do not like that adorable smirk. Ugh, I accidentally say out loud. I give in, I clear my throat and mutter an apology. Thank you. We should head out before it gets worse. Rufo takes my hand, leads me through the doors, and into the restaurant, and outside again. I swipe it away once we stand out in the rain. He takes his coat and holds it over our heads with one hand, and with the other he takes my waist. His big, strong hand holds me firmly. It makes my stomach dip in funny ways. He leads me through the parking lot, and I run alongside him feeling like a kid. The rain splatters on my dress, but I don't mind. He leads me to his vehicle, a sports car of some kind. There is really no time to check. I laugh as he fumbles with the keys. A smile plays on his lips as he desperately rummages through his briefcase. I stare at him. I can't help it. His blonde hair, now wet and dirty blonde, sticks to his forehead. His white shirt is now see-through, sticking to his chest and showing the curvature of his muscular body. This is not helping. My heart pounds. What is wrong with me? Why am I acting like a high school girl in love?
Chapter 4. Rufo, the woman in the car with me, is a complete mystery, not to mention a thorny one. Closed off, aloof, like a cactus. Damn it! Just my type, I think to myself, keeping my eyes on the road and my hands squarely on the wheel. I've always had a thing for the rosy types, as in the ones that are beautiful to behold, but clearly have a set of thorns. At first glance, Britney is incredibly beautiful. Her flawless dark skin and neatly cut shoulder-length hair with intelligent eyes are appealing, and there is a noble grace about her. She's her own person, and she will not be shaken from that. I don't blame her. She's clearly worked hard and has every reason to be proud of it. And who am I kidding? I've always liked it when women play hard to get. Nothing worth having in this life should be easy. Where am I taking you? I say as casually as I can. One thing I've learned is that being overeager is never attractive. Play it cool and you might stand a chance. High Street near Chapel, she says, her tone flat. I know it. A nice address, but not ostentatious. Historical. Exactly where someone with a no-nonsense outlook on life would live. Even a philosophy professor from Yale with something to prove. Stealing glances to my right as I drive, I note she is looking staunchly ahead, not moving her head or eyes. This car ride was not her idea, and I get the impression she doesn't exactly welcome surprises. I must remember to play it cool. No sudden movements. Been living there long? I ask as the rain, spitting now, ricochets off the windshield. A while, is all she says. Okay. Favorite philosopher? Kant, of course. I'm more of a hands-on guy myself, being a surgeon and all, but I took a philosophy course in college. I'm sure you did, is all I receive in return. Little does she know that these types of answers, which might put off a weaker man, only get me more interested. Britney is a challenge. I just need to find the right combination to unlock her. I'm up for the challenge. In fact, I find her all the more intriguing because of it. The ride to her townhouse is shorter than I'd like, although I'm sure she'd disagree with that statement. By now, the rain has largely stopped, and the glistening tree-lined street looks inviting in the glow of the overhead lamps. Thank you for the ride, she says, all politeness. You are welcome. Her hand grips the door handle and she tugs on it. Before the door swings open, I lay it on her. Say, you seem really interesting and I'd like to get to know you better. Would you like to get dinner sometime? It's not a great line, but I'm not the best at these things. Besides, it's the truth. She is interesting and I'd like to get to know her better. I'm just not sure how quite yet. For a moment, I think I've gotten through to her. Her eyes drop to her knees and she lets out the smallest sigh, like she's bracing for something. Thank you, but no, I'm very busy in the coming weeks and I won't have time. How about I visit you at work? Maybe audit a class? Would love to dust off the philosophy chops. Wow. So not my best line. The tiniest of smiles plays along her lips before she suppresses it. I make it a point to keep my personal life and work life separate. I appreciate you dropping me off, but I don't think we're at the point where we can visit each other at work. Point taken. All right. We'll just have to let fate decide. Get in safe. She nods, thanks me once more, and gets out of my car. I watch as she unlocks her front door and disappears inside. Seconds later, her front porch light winks out, like a period at the end of a sentence. A very thorny sentence. She's a tough one, but I really enjoy the chase. Too bad she didn't give her phone number. It's a face-palming moment for sure, until I remember that I can get her digits from Gerald's girlfriend. Vanessa seems only too happy to get her friend set up. After all, it's a lot easier to be newly coupled when your best friend is as well. Turning on the ignition once more, I find I'm too restless to go home. Keeping odd hours means my brain and body are rarely in sync. But what to do now? Go check on the old man. It's not the most ideal way to end an impromptu double date, if I can even call it that, which I know Britney wouldn't. but I need to keep tabs on him. I'd feel guilty as hell if I didn't. Sliding into my designated parking space, being a surgeon has its perks. I am outside his room in mere minutes. I don't go in. Taking Dr. Weller's advice, I don't want to upset him, and right now, my very presence might do just that. Instead, I review his chart, normal for a guy on the brink of death, and watch him from the observation window. He's sleeping, his inert form lying under crisp sheets. He's prickly, but he's all right, the night nurse informs me as she begins her rounds. Sounds about right, I reply, turning to leave. I'll just have to find something on the boob tube to keep me occupied for the rest of the night. Who knows, maybe I'll actually get some sleep tonight. Reaching the elevator doors, I press the button. After the comforting pings of the car approaching, the doors open to reveal my mother. She is weighed down with bags, obviously preparing for a long night by Grandpa's bedside. At seeing me, her face immediately becomes what I can only describe as needy. I wish my presence would inspire something else in her, rather than a constant need for me to fix whatever is wrong. Oh, Rufy, I didn't think I'd see you tonight. I'm so glad. Come with me to the family room. I take most of the bags off her hands and follow her to the small room near the patient rooms where visitors can meet, congregate, or visit with medical teams. The feeling of being trapped sinks into my chest as I place the bags down and close the door. The furniture is that particular grade of hospital style, vinyl, easy to clean, and a shade of pink not found in nature. Guaranteed to never be comfortable to sit in despite the fact that people usually have to sit in them for hours at a time. I'm in a cynical mood tonight. Once settled, my mother sits across from me. Her customary tissue is already out like a weapon. Oh, Rufy, we have to talk. I know what Grandpa said is upsetting, but I beg you to see the logic of what he says and maybe consider it. You must get a wife, Rufy. You must. Whoa. Went a long way from consider it to must get a wife in the space of half a second. Mom, come on. That can't be the answer to our problems. It's a soap opera. There's no way my marriage status is going to change a thing about his health. Please, Rufy. We have to try everything. Everything is on the table. What the hell is she talking about? I try to remain calm, but this subject is so preposterous. Why is everyone so hell-bent on me getting married when I'm not even interested in it? Why does it matter? Why are the stakes seemingly so impossibly high? A new tactic. That's what I need. Mom, maybe it's best to just leave the man in peace. He said it himself. He just wants to see his wife again. Be at rest. God knows the man never took a break a day in his life. Maybe let him have this now? My mother skips the gentle crying, usually her forte, and goes straight to hysterical sobs and gulps. It's alarming, to say the least. He can't die just yet. You have to understand. He just can't. We will lose the company if he does. I'm not sure I've heard her right. Then something clicks. The reason behind all this worry and tension. Someone has not been telling me something very important. And by someone, I mean my whole damn family. Mom, what are you talking about? To her credit, my mother tries to calm herself down. What she has to tell me must be pretty serious for that to happen. Taking a deep breath and wiping her eyes, she starts to talk. Over the past 2 years, it seems, my brother Carl has been making bad investment after bad investment. The company weathered most of them, but not without some serious hits to their credit and banking relationships. A project has arisen that will possibly save the company from absolute ruin, but the deal won't fly unless it's clear that my father is at the helm of the company. Apparently, Carl's name does not inspire confidence. I could have told you that. Your grandfather had his first fainting spell after hearing this ultimatum. That's when we found out about the tumor. But here's the worst part, Rufy. He doesn't know how bad it really is. We've hidden that from him. We can't possibly tell him until he stabilizes. So, there it is. Incompetence on top of little white lies on top of massive health issues. And I'm supposed to help how, exactly? We can't lose the company, Rufy. It's all we know and all we have. You have another path, a whole other career. But what about your siblings? They don't know how to do anything else. They barely know how to do that, I want to retort, but I keep my mouth shut. I feel like my life is closing in around me like a shrinking box, a life I chose deliberately to leave. Muttering some non-committal phrases, I tell my mom I'll think about what to do, and I get the hell out of there. Back in my parking space, I sit in the driver's seat, a slow rage building up. I take it out on the steering wheel, punching it several times, the honk of my horn blaring out in the parking garage. What am I supposed to do about all this? Why am I the one tasked with dealing with it? There goes my night in front of the television.
Chapter 5. Britney. I refresh my email another time. My lawyer has not responded to my emails about the clause. There has to be a way around marriage in 6 months. A lifelong commitment should not be something you jump into. Not to mention, no one in my family deserves anything my aunt has worked so hard for. My mother was always as indifferent to her as she was to me. We've been the black sheep of the family, and these people just feel like they can take her efforts to claim for themselves. Anyway, if I was to get married 6 months from now, I should have had a boyfriend for like 2 years already. A headache begins to bloom in my temples. I shut my laptop, walk over to my couch, and plop on top of my throws. There's nothing to do. There is nothing I can do but wait around for my email to ping. I can't stay here like this. Maybe I should go out. I throw my hair into a top knot and slump down on the couch. Or maybe not. I can stay in and watch trashy reality TV. It's not a guilty pleasure I am proud of, that's for sure. My phone buzzes from the dining room table, where I left my laptop and papers all over the place. I walk over and pick up. It's Vanessa. "I'm on my way to your house," she says, clearly talking while driving. "What?" I cry. "You know." "Yes, I know you hate random plans, but it's time to embrace spontaneity. Carpe diem or whatever you teach." I scoff into the phone and walk over to my room. Fine, I'll get dressed. "Hot, you need to get dressed up for this new hotspot I found." "Oh?" "Won't Gerald be concerned?" I say, rummaging through my drawers. "He never has time for me anyway. I'm taking myself out." A brief pause ensues. "Can you drive any slower than that?" Vanessa shouts. "I'll let you go. We can talk about this when you get here," I say. "Yeah, sure, I guess." Vanessa sighs, even though I know she is dying to tell me everything. I hang up and walk over to my closet. Pencil skirts, blouses, and other teacher clothes are the only things I have. I run my fingers over this mini, tight red dress Vanessa bought for my birthday because, and I quote, "I look like a librarian." I shrug and slip the number off the hanger and change into it. I look into the mirror and stare at my reflection. It hugs my body in all the right places, and I feel good. I hold my head up a little higher and take a deep breath. I smile back at my reflection. I look great. Maybe this will be good for me too. Who knows? Maybe I can find someone to marry me in 6 months' time. Vanessa and I take a cab to this new bar that she has been raving about for about 2 minutes. Apparently it's all over Instagram, and she has been wanting to go since noon today. Taking a cab will ensure that we can both drink without having to worry about who's taking us home. "What's going on with you and Gerald?" I say, strapping my heels on to fit a bit tighter. "You know," she sighs. "He's a nurse. His hours vary, and there is just no consistency. I can make plans, but, oh no, someone is in critical condition and we need your help. I'm sure there's hundreds of other nurses." I shoot an eyebrow up. "So he has a solid career where he saves lives. How evil." I kid. Vanessa pouts. "When you put it like that, it sounds different. But he doesn't see me before work either." I mimic myself sleeping. You're right. Ugh, I am just acting out because I miss him. I feel like such a kid." You just really love him, I say with a satisfied grin. She hits my leg, and her pokey rings send pain through my thigh. Shut up, Britney. We haven't said that yet, she whispers harshly. But you feel it, don't you? I smile and bump her shoulder. Vanessa averts her gaze down and pushes her loose hair behind her ears. Vanessa leans both arms against the cool granite top of the bar. She loudly speaks to the bartender. 2 Vegas bomb shots, please. She steps back, pleased with herself. I look at her and cross my arms. We're not doing that again. What? She smiles. We're here to have fun. I sigh and I walk over to a table in the back. It's dark and vibrant all at the same time. The lights shoot from here and there, and a neon sign that says, Life of the Party hangs over in the corner. People take pictures in front of it and gleam at the camera. Vanessa comes up with 2 vibrant shots and shimmies her shoulders. Let the night begin. She clinks her shot glass into mine and downs it in a gulp. I take mine and drink it. The alcohol burns as it slides down my throat. She slams the glass onto the table and walks back to the bar. I'm getting more. Just grab a martini for me or something, I call back, trying to talk through the burning in my throat. Looks like I will be the responsible one tonight. She needs it more, I suppose. An hour later, Vanessa is swaying to some rock music and running her hands through her hair. I watch her as I slowly sip my second martini. She is about 5 shots and 2 Long Island iced teas into this night. I tried slowing her down to no avail. I love this song, she calls to me, continuing to slowly dance to rock. I doubt she's ever heard it, but I give her an encouraging nod and smile. I shoot out a thumbs up. Yes, I will download this song for you later. I watch over her like a mama cub, ready to scare anyone who tries to approach. Please do. I can totally see Gerald and me jamming out to it, she yells. She sways and suddenly stops, bringing her hands up to her face. Oh no. Is she going to be sick? I rush over to her and take her shoulders. What's wrong? She takes a deep breath and sobs into her hands. What am I doing? I miss Gerald. I love him, and I don't want him to think that I get a little upset and suddenly I'm in some sketchy bar to escape. She wipes her eyes. Her eye makeup smears over her hands. She sort of looks like a little raccoon, or maybe I'm drunk too. Oh no, honey. I'm sure he understands. Have you talked to him about his schedule? I try to encourage. No, I don't want to be a nag. She is full on bawling. You can talk to him about these issues, you know. It's healthy. She nods, and I wipe a black stained tear running down her face. I'm calling Gerald. She stumbles to the table and picks up her phone. She scrolls through her contact list and passes his name about 3 times. I sigh and reach over to take her phone. Here, let me. The line rings and a very concerned Gerald picks up. Vanessa, where are you, babe? I've been trying to get a hold of you. I'm right here, baby, she yells into my ear. Hi, Gerald, it's Britney. Vanessa wants you here. Yeah, I do, she yells. Where are you? I'm on my way. I just got off work. We are at a bar, Vanessa yells. Yes, we're at the Obsidian, I translate. I'm coming over. He hangs up promptly and I turn over to Vanessa, who is leaning her head into her arms, groaning. I sigh and sit her up. We're going to the restroom, okay? Vanessa nods and gives a thumbs up of approval. I feel sick. I pat her back. I bet you do. We sit at the table waiting for Gerald. Vanessa is slumped in her seat and drowsily trying to make conversation. I'm sure Gerald is almost here, I assure Vanessa and rub her back. She groggily nods, and her head slides onto the table. She sits face down. A group of men sit at a table next to us, and one of them leans over and looks at us. He taps his ring on the table to get our attention. Hey, pretty ladies, Let us join you all. His raspy voice pierces the sound of music. My gut wrenches and I shake my head. Oh, come on. We just want to have fun too, another man says. He is much bigger and he sports an all-black attire. I shake my head no again and protectively slip my arm over Vanessa, who barely acknowledges my touch. Another man wearing glasses takes the toothpick out of his mouth and eyes us down. I suddenly feel vulnerable, like my dress is see-through. That man begins to stand up and starts walking over to us, his height looming over us with every step he takes. I try to force Vanessa to stand, but she is just dead weight in my arms. I pull her up, and she slumps back in her seat again. "Excuse me," a familiar voice says. The men turn around, snicker, and walk back to their table. Gerald walks in, his eyes full of alarm. I exhale the breath I hadn't been aware I was holding, and I lean back. But just behind him, I see Rufo. What is he doing here? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Rufo. After work, I sit in the break room, rubbing my temples. I can't be more drained and in need of a good time than I am right now. I take my things out of my locker, stuffing the car keys into my pocket, when I hear a frantic Gerald just outside the door. He walks in and talking into his phone. "Where are you? I'm on my way. I just got out of work." He moves his phone to his other ear as he tears his lanyard off his neck and rushes to his locker. I raise my brow and lean against the locker. I mouth, "Who is it?" He waves me away with a hand. "I'm coming over," he says without hesitation. He promptly hangs up and gathers his things from his locker. "What's going on?" I ask, following close behind him. He shakes his head and rubs his brow. "I don't know, man. I got a call from Britney. Apparently she and Vanessa are at this bar, and Vanessa does not seem all there, if you know what I mean." At the mention of Britney, my pulse quickens. For some reason. It seems that I suddenly have plans. "I'll go with you," I say immediately. "Just in case," I quickly add. Plus, going out to a bar right now sounds fun. Hanging out with everyone. Britney can be a great time. It's odd, though. I thought Britney had a packed schedule. I snicker to myself and follow Gerald out of the building. This should be a fun escape from reality. At the bar, I see Britney trying to lift a stumbling Vanessa into a standing position. Just before them are 3 men. At Gerald's call, they begin walking backwards from their table. Heat floods my body. They better be backing up right about now. Britney sees Gerald first, and I see her visibly sigh with relief. Her eye contact shifts to the side, and she sees me. I sense the hundreds of questions that fill her mind. What is he doing here? Being the most prevalent one. The 3 men see her reaction to seeing us. They turn around, and one of them wearing glasses grins and walks back towards the girls. "Excuse me," Gerald says, walking in between the men. 2 of them tower over Gerald's 6'2" stature. "We're here to get our girls." "Well, it's a shame they were here all alone. Why were they here all alone, boys? The one in all black rasps. Gerald sticks his hand out for Vanessa to grab, and Britney looks up at me with wide eyes. I just nod my head, hoping she knows what I am alluding to. Britney walks up to me, reaches for my hand, and positions her body behind my arm. Just cling on to me like we're together. I turn my head to her and whisper. She nods, understanding. One of the men crosses his arms. He eyes Vanessa, checking her and Gerald out, trying to piece them as a couple. A bit relieved that we're playing our role well. I pray they don't examine Britney and I. Vanessa wearily understands the signals and grabs Gerald's face. She plants a big sloppy kiss over Gerald's lips, who grabs her waist tightly and picks her up. The men approach us a bit closer, so I wrap my arm around Britney protectively. Even the slight touch of her body sends a strange sensation through my spine. One of the men shifts an object from inside the pocket of his jacket. An unsettling feeling looms over me. I stand in front of Britney and step ahead of Gerald, who is still grasping onto Vanessa. I slide my hand coolly over the tabletop as one of the men approaches. The leader, I presume. I don't break eye contact with his bleak, dark eyes. Without missing a beat, he lunges at me. I grab hold of the bottle I've been eyeing and bring it over his head. The bottle smashes into hundreds of pieces. With a yell, he falls to the ground, dropping his knife. I swoop down and pick up the knife as I dodge the punch of another member of this gang. People around us gasp and yell, as if they're a part of this action too. I briefly look over to Gerald, who stares at me with wide eyes. "Get the girls out, I got this," I command. I hear Gerald call out for Britney to follow him, and I hear his footsteps run off. I punch the third guy in the gut, and quickly turn around to see Britney frozen in place, or insistent on staying. "Britney," I pant. "Please, run!" I shout. Just then, a blow is at my side. Pain radiates through my abdomen, and I double over. Another man runs into me, his whole body weight coming down on me. My head hits the ground, and my back thuds. Groaning, I lean on my side. It would be a letdown to my savage family if I lost this fight. I may not look like it, but I am from the streets. They don't have anything on me. I look up at the man standing over me, and with a blow from my elbow, I hit his nose. He groans and leans back, covering his nose. I take this opportunity and hover over him. I jab him in his face again, his bloody nose dirtying my elbow. Disgusting. And that's coming from a surgeon. I take this knowledge and punch his head in. Now sitting over him, I deliver several blows to his head. People behind me try to pull me off, but they are only met with shoves from my hands. I hit until my knuckles hurt. I notice that the guy is knocked out cold. Or is he? I take 2 fingers and place them below his neck and feel. I nod, he'll be all right. I slap the side of his face and punch another guy approaching me from my right. He leans back and draws power, only to fall flat on his face. He thuds next to me and I look up. Amongst the shouting and screaming, I see Britney standing victoriously over him, holding a chair over her head. I hit him, she mutters. A smile grows on my face. I hit him! I take her arm and I rush out of the bar, guiding her through other fights that have now broken out, clamoring people and through the back doors in the back of the bar. I grip her tightly and we run outside, where the sound of sirens are making their way to the bar. "We need to leave now," Gerald says, carrying Vanessa. I nod in agreement. I look down at Britney, whose hand I'm still clutching tightly, and motion for her to climb in the car. She cooperates this time and climbs into the passenger seat in quick agreement. "Okay." I jump into the driver's seat, grip the headrest of the passenger side, and pull out of the bar parking lot. My chest heaves up and down, and the pain is beginning to well on my head. I haven't felt like this in years. God, that was exhilarating. I turn over to Britney, who stares at me with an unrecognizable expression. I stare at her while glancing here and there on the road. A small grin plays on her lips, and then it turns into a full, bright smile. She lets out a giggle and covers her mouth. Amused, I laugh too. "Like that?" I say, teasing her. She laughs and turns to me. "Kind of," she admits. "Did she like the rush too?"
Chapter 7. Britney. I can't remember the last time I was out this late. It feels like my college days. Though I was never one to really party, not like some of the girls in my dorm, I did have my fair share of late nights and questionable pieces of pizza and evenings that ended by seeing the sun come up. Back then, it felt like a rite of passage. Right now, it feels like I'm going down memory lane in a very visceral way. Like I'm reliving the past, but with the perspective of someone who pays their bills on time and actually cares where I have to be at 8 a.m. the next morning. We're packed into the car. Vanessa is slouched in the back seat, singing snatches of tunes to herself. Gerald, a bemused look on his face, steals glances over at her every once in a while. The lights of the city smear past my window, and I wonder if I'm just a little tipsy or tired. Probably both. Normally, my nights consist of dinner, work, maybe a sitcom or two, and then bed. Drinking, flirting, dancing, and almost getting stomped by a couple of rowdy asshats is not usually part of the routine. Another ripple of exhilaration goes through me. Has to be the booze. Zrina, I caution myself. Next to me, Rufo sits, a small smile playing across his face. I can't be sure what he's thinking, but I'm grateful to him and Gerald for showing up when they did. This could have gone from exhilarating to downright horrible in a matter of seconds. Glancing at my watch, I see it's past 1 a.m. We pull up to Gerald's house, and Rufo puts the car in park. It's a simple bungalow, gray with white trim. A small driveway to the side and some landscaping. It's clear that Gerald takes care of the place. Why doesn't everyone just crash here? I'm gonna need help getting the divine Miss V out of here, he says, laughing. Vanessa protests while giggling, and we all pile out of the car. I'm not sure how I feel about this development, but I'm in no position to resist. The thought of calling a cab at this time of night, when the clubs are about to let out, is beyond me right now. And maybe, just maybe, I'm curious about how this night is going to end. Who knows? Maybe doing the right thing all the time has its limits. Maybe it's okay to end up on some guy's sofa. A guy you barely know while your girlfriend sleeps off her hangover. Trip down memory lane for sure. An expression flickers across Rufo's face, considering the offer. I gather that he brought us all here, thinking it the best place to deal with Vanessa's muddled state. It's just occurring to him now that, since we all traveled in Gerald's car, our choices are to stay or call a cab. I'm okay with that, Rufo says, turning to me. Apparently, I'm the deciding vote. Trying not to spin it too much, I answer simply, sure, that's fine. See? Not so bad to be one of the cool kids after all. We all get out, and, with some effort and much laughter, we get Vanessa into the house. She's a rag doll, singing and whistling, and generally being no help at all. Once we get into Gerald's living room, a bland space with a large screen TV, a comfy sofa, and some pretty generic art. At least the place is clean, though. He tells us to get settled. I'll get V in bed and then get y'all settled. That okay? We both nod, eager to give Vanessa entirely to him. Laughing, he picks her up and heaves her down the hallway to what I presume is his bedroom. Her off-tune singing trails behind her as they go. For a second, Rufo and I stand awkwardly before he turns and heads towards the kitchen. Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to wait here? I ask, slipping out of my heels. The relief I feel at taking them off is palpable. The soft carpet cushions my tired feet, and I pad silently after Rufo, wondering what he is up to. Me and G go way back. I know this house almost as well as my own. Besides, I have important work to do. Now I'm really curious. Oh yeah, what's that? I follow him into the kitchen. It's got a 1940s character to it, but has been updated slightly in terms of appliances and countertops. Rufo fills the kettle and places it on a burner, then begins rummaging around in the various cupboards. Plunking down 2 mugs, he searches in another cabinet while the water sits on the stove. What's this? My tried and true hangover recipe, honey lemon tea. For a moment, I'm taken aback by his thoughtfulness. No one has ever made me tea before. Certainly not a man, and never a man who looks like Rufo. That's very nice of you. Thanks. But why 2 mugs? You didn't drink tonight. At least I don't think you did. He winks at me. Normally, that would be a huge turnoff, but something about the way he does it is actually completely endearing. Can't have you drinking alone, can we? I smile and pull up a tall cafe chair to sit at the counter. Rufo busies himself making the tea. So, this is the height of the modern hangover cure? Tea? What have you doctors been working on all this time? I joke. Not much. Just pig heart transplants and stuff. I swear we'll cure the common cold one of these days. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. The kettle whistles as the water boils, and he pours it into the mugs to steep. What about you? Haven't y'all figured out the meaning of life yet? What's the holdup? I laugh. It's never going to happen. Besides, even if we did, you think we'd share it with everyone? We laugh together and it feels easy, comfortable. What's going on? He hands me my mug. I begin to take it from him when I notice that his hand is bleeding, just above the thumb on the top. Oh gosh, you have a wound? I say, a strange type of panic bubbling up in me. Suddenly, I feel quite protective of this man who is busy making sure I don't have a headache in the morning. He looks down at it, as if noticing it for the first time himself. Oh, yeah. Would you look at that? He seems to shrug it off, but I can't. Shouldn't you do something about that? Probably not good to have an injured hand in your line of work. He shrugs again, blowing on the steam of his mug. Meh, I'm used to it. Something about his demeanor settles me a little. Are you one of those rebellious doctors? Someone who cures others, but will let himself fall apart? Not sure that's going to help you in the long run. He smiles and pours more honey in his mug. Believe me, this is nothing. If I told you all the shenanigans I got up to in my college days, your head would spin. Somehow, I don't think it would. He carries the look of someone who got away with a lot. But against all odds, he isn't an asshole now. I didn't think that was even possible. Like what? Oh, can't go into details, but suffice it to say, I had quite the collection of lawn gnomes in my time, not to mention a few nights in the drunk tank. You get to know a lot of interesting people in situations like that. I laugh, trying to picture all the nights this guy spent getting into trouble. Nights I probably spent bent over my books, sipping my tea. My eye spots a red box near the top of the fridge, the first aid kit. Sliding off my chair, I grab it. Do something with this. You're the expert, I say, shoving it into Rufo's uninjured hand. He regards it for a second before pushing it back to me. Nah, amateur night. How about you do it? His comment makes me laugh, so I open the box and rummage around for alcohol swabs and bandages. Opening up the wipe, I bend my head to take a closer look at the wound. It's not bad, but it definitely needs to be bandaged. That's when I realize just how close our heads are. I can feel the heat coming off his body, and I'm probably giving off my own. Maybe it's the alcohol talking, but my usual inner wall does not go up. Instead, I feel a strange kind of freedom. It's okay to help this man. It's okay to be this close to him. I'm concentrating so hard on cleaning the wound and placing a bandage on it that I don't notice Gerald coming into the kitchen. Ah, what a scene of domestic bliss, he says, laughing. Glad you won't have to amputate? I laugh awkwardly and put the trash from the bandages into a pile. I got it. You two get ready for bed. Dealer's choice on how that's going to work, though. Suddenly, my inner wall goes up. What does that mean? There's only one room, Gerald explains. I'll take the couch, Rufo says, patting the bandage and nodding his thanks. He starts to go back to the living room. Guilt races up into my stomach. This man, who worked such long days and didn't have to come to a noisy bar on his night off to defend me from a bunch of thugs, I'm going to send him to the couch? That seems wrong somehow. Number you take the bed. I'm fine on the sofa, I declare, following Rufo down the hall. I only need a few hours, and then I can crawl back home to my own bed. Of course not. I won't be able to sleep knowing you're out here. Besides, you need to give the tea the right place to really work, Rufo replies. It's a lame excuse, but kinda cute. Not at all. I can't have you sleep on the couch, not after all you've done tonight. Both of you, figure it out. Just share the bed. You're both adults. You'll be just fine. Gerald's argument shuts us both up. He has a point. We can do this platonically. All right, I say. Done, Rufo echoes. Can I borrow some clothes, G? Gerald nods and heads back to his room. Rufo turns to me and bows, gesturing grandly. You go first. I'll even let you pick which side of the bed you like. I try not to smile, but I can't help it. I turn away before he can see it. This night just got very interesting indeed. Chapter 8. Britney. Walking down the hallway, I try to shut off all trains of thought. Simply live from moment to moment. Not think about what it all means, what repercussions this night will have on my life, or what walls I have to build to keep my fragile life intact. Just keep walking. Except I'm actually dying for a shower. I need to wash the nightclub off me. The smells of the dance floor, the vitriol of the angry group of men, the booze that's most likely coming through my pores, and perhaps, just perhaps, some of the hesitation I feel at letting go of my reluctance. I just need to wash it all away. After a shower, everything looks and feels different, even if it is pushing 2:30 a.m. by this point. Gerald, I whisper, would it be okay if I took a quick shower? Sure thing, he says, snagging open a small hallway linen closet. Just grab what you need in there. Oh, and wait, just a second. He disappears into his bedroom. I catch a glimpse of a sleeping form, all tucked into the bed. Vanessa is already well gone in dreamland. Wonder what her head will feel like in the morning. I forgot to ask Rufo if the honey lemon tea would be effective when taken the morning after. Gerald appears a moment later with a small bundle of clothes. Here, some of her stash. I smile, but say nothing, taking the bundle. Things must be getting serious if Vanessa already has clothes here at Gerald's place. Enough to lend to friends is more than serious, I would say. Thanking him for the night clothes and a clean set of underwear, I disappear into the bathroom, which is an ensuite to the guest room. Rufo, I notice, has gone into the small powder room, off the living room. The shower feels glorious, with pitch-perfect temperature and just the right pressure. I feel like I'm shedding my skin as the sweat of the night rolls down the drain, not to mention the makeup and mascara. I'm not one for makeup usually, but Vanessa convinced me to wear more than usual. It feels rejuvenating to wash it all away. Since I don't have my shower cap, I'm forced to get my hair wet, which is not ideal. But I know that if I can rustle up a hairdryer, I might be able to keep the style in place. It'll be noisy, but I don't think Vanessa will care, and Gerald seems way too laid back. Leaving the shower, I throw on one of Vanessa's old t-shirts and shorts. Toweling off my hair, I'll open the bathroom door to let the steam escape. Then I begin rummaging in the bathroom vanity drawers for hardware. Just then, Rufo knocks softly, but before I can answer, he walks in, running a towel over his own face. He must have washed up in the powder room. But that's not what shocks me. He is shirtless, only wearing a pair of shorts. His body is flawless, cut and chiseled with hills and valleys in all the right places. I often thought that handsome men who also happened to be surgeons were mythical creatures, like unicorns. But there he is, casually walking into what is temporarily my bathroom. I gasp. If I were wearing pearls, I might have clutched them. Heat builds up in my cheeks, and it's not from the steamy shower. Is he that hard all over? Rufo hears me gasp and looks over, a bemused smile on his face. You all right? Yeah. Just put some clothes on, why don't you? I try to make it sound playful, just two friends joshing each other, right? Yeah, right. Friends don't think about what's between each other's legs. I busy myself untangling the hairdryer cord, averting my eyes. Rufo hangs up his towel on a nearby bar and clears his throat. Sorry, I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm pretty used to just walking around like this. With people he barely knows? What kind of womanizer is he exactly? I shrug, trying to act like the cord is giving me a lot of trouble. It's not. And he pulls on a t-shirt. As he does, however, our eyes catch in the mirror. The steam has almost completely disappeared, except for some gauzy edges that frame our faces. He holds my gaze for just a second too long. A look that couldn't possibly be misinterpreted. Damn, he's dangerous. Turning on the dryer is like setting off a siren. It's loud, like fireworks loud. I turn down the setting and begin drying my hair in sections, determined not to catch his eye again. For a moment, I think he's going to leave, get himself settled in bed or whatever, but he doesn't. Instead, he stands there. It's not awkward, per se. At least from his point of view. His body language is relaxed, observational. I am acutely aware of the angle of my arms as I blow the warm air into my scalp, wondering what my hips are doing, how is my ass looking, etc. Nothing about me is relaxed. Did you know I considered hairdressing school briefly? He says, walking over to me and taking the dryer from me in one easy motion. I am dumbfounded, unable to even protest. He could very well be lying, but somehow I buy it. Because at that precise moment, he begins to dry my hair. Gathering my hair in sections, his long fingers tease it outwards from my scalp, and he directs with his other hand the dryer in easy, slow sweeping motions. I am both alarmed and begging for more. I've always liked a man with long fingers, and here he is, drying my hair like a pro. What's a gal to do? I let him, and soon enough my hair is dry, feeling better than when I do it myself. What magic does this man have in his hands? That thought cannot and should not be pursued, so I shunt it to one side. Thank you, I say, my voice now too loud with the dryer being switched off. Gathering up the cord, I stash it away where I found it and hurry out of the bathroom and into the bedroom proper. Rufo has put on both bedside lamps, and the room is inviting and warm. He's even turned down the duvet cover. My tea, I notice, is sitting on a coaster on the right side of the bed. Exactly the side I would pick. It takes everything in my power not to read too much into this. A lucky chance, that's all. He had a 50% chance of getting it right. No biggie. Getting into the bed, I pull the covers up tight under my chin and lie ramrod straight. At home, I'm a side and stomach sleeper, but right now, I'm going to sleep like one of those people in a mattress commercial. On my back, hands over my face. All my carefree attitudes have gone out the window. Now I'm just a ball of nerves. Rufo casually turns off the bathroom light and pads around the side of the bed, then lowers himself in, pulling the covers up. As his head hits the pillow, he makes one observation, very clearly. I'm not going to do anything, just in case you're wondering. Sleep well? And with that, he lies on his side, his back facing me. Reaching up, he turns off his light and settles in. I watch the ripples of muscle under his shirt move and flex as he does so. I say nothing in reply except to clear my throat, as if that says a thing. My mind immediately begins to race. What did he mean by that? Am I that obviously frigid? Did I send all the wrong signals? Did I mean to send any signals? What is wrong with me? My body feels like it has completely abdicated to my brain. I've given over everything to my work, to building my life at Yale. I'm not a virgin, but it's been so long since I have felt the warmth of another human being pressed up against me in a moment of passion. I may as well be a virgin once again. How long has it been exactly? A few years at least. And it wasn't even a relationship, just a short-lived tumble in the sheets. Isn't life funny? A dreamboat lies mere inches away, a man most women would fall over themselves for, and he's saying nothing is going to happen. That seems like a crying shame. I reach up and turn off my light. Soft moonlight drifts its lazy beams through the gauzy curtains. These thoughts seem so exposed in the light of the single bulb. As soon as the light diminishes, my body asserts itself. The naughty thoughts I've been trying to suppress race to the forefront of my mind. All the things I could do with that Adonis statue of a man lying next to me. Then I hear it. His breathing is slow and steady, mellowed in sleep. How can he sleep during a moment like this? Is he not conflicted at all? Somewhere, deep within me, something breaks. The dam I've built up for so long gives way. I sit up, angry and confused. My hand reaches out and shakes his shoulder. He snuffles back into consciousness. How can you sleep at a moment like this? What? Why are you so handsome? You make me want to forget my morals and have wild, rough, no strings attached intimacy with you. There, I said it. Can't unsay it. Like I've exorcised a demon or something. But now what? His eyes glisten in the moonlight. His face goes from sleep to comprehension, and he opens his mouth. In a deep baritone voice, he asks an earth-shattering question. How about now? My voice catches in my throat, and it's all the signal he needs. He sits up and his mouth finds mine. Well, that answers that.
Chapter 9. Rufo. I knew it. Everything about her body language said that she was confused. I could tell she was intrigued by me. I saw her eyes widen like saucers when I entered the bathroom shirtless. I didn't exactly miss the closing of her eyes when I dried her hair. She enjoyed that. In a way she probably hasn't enjoyed anything in a long time. Women like Britney are tightly wound. They work hard. They build walls around themselves. I get it. Believe me, I do. But even they need to let off steam sometimes. But I didn't want to press. There is no victory in pushing someone into doing something they don't want to do. Or are not ready to do. Britney's inner struggle was pretty obvious, but she needed space and time to work it out on her own. I was more than willing to give her that. Still, she sure did manage to surprise me, though. That's why the chase is always so rewarding. You just never know when you'll win the prize. I really was sleeping, though. Despite my attraction to her and all the tension in the air, I didn't think she'd do what she did. Not only that, but it's also nearly 3 a.m. when she asks the question that sends an absolute zinger of electricity through me. Never have I woken up so fast, and I did my early residency in the ER. Why are you so handsome? You make me want to forget my morals and have a wild, rough, no-strings-attached play session with you. Time to gamble. How about now? Her resolution to stay aloof crumbles, and I make my move. Her lips are soft and full. She tastes like warmth and toothpaste, and I can't believe how much I want this woman. The sleepy feeling leaves my body, replaced with heat and desire.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
My arms circle her, and suddenly, she's a tiger. Bracing herself, she climbs on top of me, my head squarely in the pillow. Her hair, still smelling like the heat of the dryer coils, tense around her. What a night. What an impossible, unbelievable night. Britney turns to her side, facing me. We don't speak but look at each other, as if regarding each other from the opposite end of a strange, wondrous journey. Which, in a way, it has been. This woman, so closed and guarded, opened herself up to me in the most vulnerable way possible. And boy, am I grateful. Moments later, sleep overtakes us. Chapter 10. Rufo. The first 30 seconds of my day are utterly discombobulating. Come to think of it, the first half hour of my day feels like that. The first confusing thing is realizing that I'm not in my own bed. It takes me a few seconds to recall that I'm in Gerald's guest room. In my head, I reverse engineer how I got here, and it all comes back in amazing detail. The nightclub, the bozos at the bar, the fight, the car ride home, and finally, Britney. All incredibly improbable, exciting, and man, do I want to see what happens next. But first, I have to get past all this confusion. It continues after I open my eyes, expecting to see Britney's incredible body lying next to mine, bathed in early morning sunshine. Instead, I encounter nothing but cold sheets. Her body is long gone. I feel slightly gutted. After a night like that, is it really possible to just get up and leave? The few mornings where I pulled that on some of my fleeting lovers come back to haunt me, and I take a few breaths as shame quietly overtakes me for a moment. I never knew how it felt before. I sure as hell do now. If I ever find myself in this situation again, I won't do it. I won't leave the person, even if there's no future for us. It's just not a great feeling. But hey, it was only a one-time thing, right? No harm, no foul. She doesn't owe you anything any more than you do. Why get all bent out of shape about it? Getting up, I rummage around in the sheets looking for my shorts and shirt. Man, did they get tangled up in there? And dress myself. Snapping the sheets back into place, I try to make the room as neat as possible. You'd have to squint to see any sign of the tumble that took place here only hours before. It happened, right? I didn't make that up? No, it happened. My imagination could not have made that up. It was truly the best session I've ever had, and I'm no wallflower. But maybe it wasn't the best for Britney. Is that why she left before I woke up? Move on, you gotta move on. Bright morning light lazily makes its way down the hallway as I head to the kitchen. Entering, I see Vanessa and Gerald laughing over a single plate of eggs. Vanessa is feeding Gerald, and he's only too happy to let her. Their flirting is super cute, but also super annoying. I'm in no mood to see people so obviously into each other. What? There an egg shortage? I ask, a little more brusquely than I intend. They turn to me, and a small look is exchanged between them. I pretend it never happened. Can they tell? Do they know what happened? Morning, cowboy. Yeah, not quite enough eggs in the house, but V and I are making do. How did you sleep? Gerald says, chewing on his eggs. Okay, I guess. Hey, have you seen Britney? Try as I might to sound nonchalant, it comes out all wrong. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I shouldn't care this much. Vanessa takes a sip of coffee, her eyes looking at me over the rim of the mug. She takes her sweet time. Placing it down, she finally responds. Oh, she left already. Though I already figured that out, the confirmation of it still surprises me. Why did she leave so quickly, without saying anything. "Oh, that's cool. Guess she's a busy person," I reply, sidling over to the bowl of fruit on the oval kitchen table and grabbing an apple. Taking a huge bite allows me to mull over this new information without being obligated to speak. A tried and true tactic of mine. Isn't this what you want, though? Fun night with no strings attached? Isn't this what you are fighting to keep? Still, something about the situation sticks in my craw. I just can't name it yet. She is, but really, how did you sleep? Did Britney hog all the sheets? I look up at Vanessa intently, hell-bent on finding any hint in her face that she knows what happened last night. Vanessa looks at me blankly, simply waiting for an answer. She doesn't know anything. She was drunk as hell last night. It's true. She's just asking. Fine, yeah, fine. Britney doesn't strike me as someone who would ever hog sheets, I say, suddenly curious about this woman I spent an incredible few hours with only a short time ago. You're right there, she's really the most giving and supportive friend ever. I don't know where I'd be without her, Vanessa says, taking a bite of egg. Gerald putters about near her, pouring himself another cup of coffee. She seems it. And yet... I trail off, not really sure where I'm going with any of this. And yet... What? Vanessa says. Again, there's no guile in her face. I guess I don't know her terribly well. She keeps things pretty close to the vest. Vanessa laughs, a kind of long-suffering type of laugh. Yup, that's our Britney. Look, she'll open up when she's ready to, but around people she doesn't know she can come off kind of standoffish. Trust me, she's the greatest. I see an opening. What's she into? Like, what floats her boat? It's just a flicker, but I see another pointed look between Gerald and Vanessa. I'll let it pass. Do they have a bet on me or something? The moment moves on and Vanessa gets comfortable. Well, she's a nerd, obviously, but in the best way. Her favorite flower is the peony. The white ones the most since they have the best smell. Mentally, I'm taking notes as fast as I can. On the outside, I simply nod and chew on my apple. And she's a Harry Potter fiend, loves them. Read them all, seen every movie, wants to go to the theme park someday. This little factoid is both hilarious and crazily endearing. Who would have thought the strict, no-nonsense Britney was into the most famous boy wizard going? Really? Yeah. I think she super identifies with Hermione or something. It's cute. I nod. So, if you're interested in getting to know her better, I'd start there, Vanessa says with a wink. If only she knew the half of it. Great. Thanks for that, Vanessa. I turn away, still nibbling on the apple core. Except... Turning back around, I see Vanessa's face has changed from teasing to concerned. What's up? Casual all the way. Forget what I said. Brit isn't going to be on the single market anytime soon. None of this makes any sense, and for a moment all my pretend cool drops away. What? Why? Another look between Gerald and Vanessa. They're really starting to get under my skin. Just say whatever it is already. Her aunt screwed her over good. Her dead aunt. Now I'm thoroughly confused. How? Well, she died and left her a bunch of property. Like a lot of properties in really swank neighborhoods. Brit stands to inherit all of it. If... And it's a big if. She gets married within 6 months. And the clock is ticking. I feel like I've walked into a movie of the week. Except that would mean my movie of the week is smacking right up against hers. What are the odds? I don't get it, I say dumbly. She's going to be in the market, the husband market. She won't have time for sweet nothings and, wooing. Do people even do that anymore? Gerald gives her a tiny kiss on her cheek, and I want to vomit. Not now. So let me get this straight. Britney has 6 months to find a husband and get married or she loses everything. Yup. And her gross family will get it all. Greedy bunch, too. Oh, and it's less than 6 months at this point. More like 5.5. I've never been a big believer in fate. Through all my stupid pranks, my hard work, and everything that my family has thrown at me, I've always thought you had to make your own opportunities. And to some extent, that's entirely true. But what if, maybe, just maybe, two seemingly impossible things came together at the exact right time? What are the odds that we'd both be given such crazy ultimatums? And what are the odds that we actually have an attraction for each other? Hold up, you have an attraction for her. Jury's out on whether she reciprocates. Well, yeah, her leaving this morning certainly puts a damper on that, but otherwise it's perfect. I need to find her. Now. The clock is ticking, and if there's one thing I do know about Britney is that she's not one to get impulsive, except for last night, possibly. That could have been a fluke. Either way, I need to work my charms quickly to make this deal happen. From the way I see it, there are no downsides. Everyone wins. Now I just have to convince Britney of that. Throwing my apple core in the trash, I dash out of the kitchen. What's going on? You okay? Vanessa shouts after me, but I don't answer. Throwing on my clothes from last night and splashing some water on my face, I fly out of the bedroom. Gee, I'm borrowing your car. Won't be long. Gerald, solid rock of a guy that he is, merely laughs and waves me off. Go ahead, buddy. It's not a work day, so I have no plans except to sit here with my girl. Vanessa giggles and goes in for a smooch. I cannot witness that right now. Not when I have my own girl to wrangle. Just bring her back in one piece, yeah? Gerald calls after me. I barely hear him as I peel out of the driveway, hoping against hope that Britney is where I think she is.
Chapter 11. Britney. I yawn, covering my mouth out of modesty and respect as Ricardo, my Uber driver, is driving me to my favorite cafe 2 blocks away from my home. I look out the window and absent-mindedly sigh. Long night, Ricardo says in a teasing manner. What do you mean? I laugh, feeling my cheeks warm and my stomach flip. You just look tired, Ricardo says in a friendly manner. Maybe I've got you wrong, but I pegged you as an early bird. It's not normal for you to be tired. He chuckles and slaps the steering wheel without taking his eyes off the busy road. And I'm never wrong. I immediately cool. I smooth out my dress and wave my hand dismissively. You're right. I giggle. I was up way too late for my usual habits. The car slows and I look outside the window. Berkeley's cafe shop lures me in already. The dim lights and the aroma of coffee are welcoming me in and practically calling me by name. My mouth instantly waters at the sight. I nod to the driver. Thank you so much for the ride. I can just wait outside for you to get your coffee and drive you where you need to go next, Ricardo offers. No, thank you. I want to revel in the bliss of last night and take time to reminisce. I don't mind walking. The overcast weather's beautiful. Ricardo nods and unlocks the car door. I climb out and shut it behind me. I look after the car as it drives away. Maybe I should have snagged him as my husband. He seems nice enough. Or he could be a serial killer. After I grab my coffee from the to-go counter, I take a sip and I feel the warmth envelope my mouth, letting the sweet flavor melt over my tongue. Perfect. I thank the barista and walk out of the front doors. I hear the bells jingle behind me as the door shuts. I'm overly aware of the fact that people are passing me in business suits or hoodies, and I'm in a tight, tiny red dress. I'm sure they are aware of the night that I had. I press the walk button and wait for the signal to cross the busy street. I take another sip of coffee, hoping it will wake me up. Granted, I did not sleep too much last night. The way Rufo made sure I was satisfied first made me tingle in a way I've never felt before. I am in no way a virgin, but with how long it has been, I might as well be considered a virgin. I have never had such a good time in my life. I have to give props to the man. I wonder what it means to him, if it means anything to him at all. What does this mean for me? I cross the street, letting my mind wander and take me away to the scene of last night. I stride along the sidewalk, feeling like I am on top of the world. The thunder roars quietly overhead, and I look up to see the serene storm clouds gather overhead. I hate that last night might have only been a fling. I need more than that. He's too good for just one lay. I turn onto my street, hoping Rufo will come entertain me in my bed tonight. I take another sip of coffee. I wonder how Rufo takes his. Does he even drink coffee at all? Does he seem more like a tea guy? I look up and see a car parked in the driveway of my townhouse, which snaps me from my daze. I squint and see my mother standing just outside her parked car. Her arms are crossed and she taps her foot impatiently on the floor. What does she want? A small flutter of anger sweeps over my body. I try to suppress it and walk confidently to her, not faltering my gaze. She turns on her heel and spots me. I see her face contort, and she stomps over to me, bringing her finger to start pointing in the air. "You are a money-hungry pig trying to steal from me," she yells in my direction. I can't hold back my anger anymore. The first thing she did was insult me. Look who's talking. Look who approached me about the inheritance. You are so selfish for taking it all to yourself. She rolls her eyes. I did not raise you to be so inconsiderate. Well, you didn't raise me at all, did you? I throw my hands up in the air, feeling some coffee seep into my palms and run down my wrists. You are not thinking of the family. Her eyes narrow in a less than intimidating manner. What family? My aunt was my family. I spit out. It's gonna go to us anyway. How are you going to find a man to want to marry you? Look at you, still wearing last night's clothes, huh? My chest tightens and my throat instantly aches with strain. You don't know that. I bite out. She knows she has a point. My face is pale and my breath hitches in my chest. She can't know that. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know that there could be someone out there for me. My face grows warm. I can't cry, not in front of her. I don't know what you're talking about, Mom. No one can ever love a selfish girl like you. She points a finger into my chest and pushes me back. She has pushed my last button, that's for sure. You are the selfish one for coming here to begin with. You are the one accusing your own daughter that she will never find love. I feel hurtful things continue to seethe through my teeth. My mom stares at me in silence, and I see her mouth trembling. I see the hurtful words trying to force their way out. Just then, an arm wraps around me. I freeze. It's okay, baby. Look at me, I hear a voice behind me say. I turn up to see Rufo, hovering over my shoulder with his beautiful smile and reassuring blue eyes. He has stubble. His voice is deep, but creaks like he just woke up. His hair is messy in a rugged-looking way. He is still as handsome as ever. Hi, is all I am able to manage. I feel my chest lighten instantly. I am taken away from my current situation, and I am transported back to all our fleeting glances and stolen kisses. Hi, baby. You left so early this morning, and I just had to come by because I missed you so much. He continues to cradle me in his arms. Then he leans down and kisses my cheek. Why don't you move in with me? My breath sucks in, and I'm sure I hear my mom do the same. I look over at her and I see her standing there, her hands curling into fists at her sides. She looks dumbfounded and shocked. I am sure that I look the same as well. I look back up to Rufo, who quietly waits for my response. His smile still lingers on his lips. He is already acting as my solace. But why? What do you say, love? He leans over and kisses me, slowly, meaningfully, and passionately. I can feel that through the kiss, he tells me I'm safe, and that he has my back, that he wants to be my solace. His lips are warm over mine, soft and gentle. It takes me back to just last night when he kissed me with meaningful hunger and desire. A warmth gathers in my stomach and between my legs. I feel him press his body into me, and I think he might have forgotten we have an audience. That's right. My mother is still watching. I feel his warmth leave my body when I slowly pull away, breaking the deep kiss. I hope he sees the question in my eyes. What is he doing? And why is he helping me? That kiss felt so real, but now a part of me breaks. I thought this was happening naturally, but this seems like an act of some sorts. I stand there unable to move, yet slowly recovering from a second ago.
Chapter 12. Rufo. After the kiss, I can see so many questions lingering between us, creating a gap I don't like. I sigh and bend down to her ear. I put my hands on her back, pretending I'm kissing the nape of her neck. I whisper in her ear once I'm in this position. Just go along with it. I kiss her neck once, and the taste of her lingers on my lips. I try so desperately not to lick them afterwards. I heard the gist of the conversation anyway, and I found out about your situation. I can feel her body heat at this statement. I hope she's not embarrassed. I get family problems. I really do understand how she is feeling right now. Alone, angry, and silently resigned. I pull back and wrap my arms around her like how we previously were before. At this, Britney tiptoes and grabs the sides of my face and pulls me into a kiss. "I thought you'd never ask," she says, as she transitions into a hug. I feel her body wrap around me and wish this was real. "So you'll move in with me?" I say with my smile genuinely beaming. She nods and I can't help but keep kissing her. She is all I want. "This is completely inappropriate. You two are being so disrespectful." Her mother gawks. "Oh, please," Britney says, dismissing her mom. She takes my hand and leads me towards the apartment. Her mother grabs her wrist and turns her around. Britney drops my hand and takes a deep, collective breath. "So, you just had this boyfriend of I don't know how long, and you're going to bring him around without even telling me about it?" She motions towards me. "Oh, what do you care?" Britney says. "You could actually get the inheritance now, when you know it should be ours." "I'm not dating him for the inheritance. Turns out, someone out there can actually love your daughter," Britney says in dismissal. She begins to walk away again. My eyebrows flick up when I see her mom snatch her arm. A bubbling rage comes over me. I take her mother's arm off Britney's and flick it off to the side. "Excuse you? I've never met you until now, and suddenly you think you can be throwing me around?" Now this woman is acting hysterical. No one treats Britney that way, especially coming from her mother. Don't tell me how to parent. She scoffs at me. I turn and see Britney shutting down. "I think it's best if you leave, ma'am," I spit out. Thunder roars overhead, and I feel a light commencement of sprinkles. It's as if the weather is Britney's emotions on display for everyone to see. "No. I want to know how this happened. I'm not leaving until I get Britney's statement to turn over the inheritance to me." She crosses her arms and leans against her car. "Ma'am, if you don't leave, I will notify the authorities to respond to harassment. If anything, I'm the one being disturbed by this disgrace of a daughter," she responds, baring her teeth like some predator. Taking my arm away from Britney's shoulder, I slip my hand into my pocket and take out my phone. I eye her mother, who watches my every movement like a hawk. I type in the 911 and she hears the notable tone of the phone ringing. "Give me that." She lunges towards me and like a bully in a playground, I lift the phone over her head. "You're being extremely rude," she exclaims, trying to climb me to reach my phone. I step back and bring the phone to my ear. "Hello, dispatcher?" I said loud enough for her to hear. I turn and look over to Britney, who is standing there, with fear plastered on her eyes. What did this woman do to her? That being my encouragement, I press further. "Where is your emergency?" the man over the phone says. I look at the house numbers plastered over the door and squint to read the nearby street sign. I say them to the operator, who pauses for a brief moment. "Please stop!" the woman cries. Britney begins to pace back and forth. I walk over to her and wrap my arm around her back. I continue to relay information to the dispatcher. "Thank you," I finally say, hanging up firmly. "If you don't leave, the police will come and take you themselves on account of harassment," I say plainly and coolly. I squeeze Britney tighter. I have this unquenchable need to take care of this woman with my life, for all my life. "No, they're not." She grins, turning her chin up. "Suit yourself," I shrug. "But you need to stay away from Britney. You are harassing her." "You can't harass your own daughter," she says matter-of-factly. I shake the phone in my hand. "Apparently you can. The police are coming." Almost on cue, the sirens are finally heard from a distance. The tension is palpable now, and if I reached up, I'm sure I would be able to poke it. The mother's eyes dart towards the direction of the sirens. She grips her purse tightly and opens her car door. With not another word, she shuts the door and reverses from the parking space. Her tires squeal as she pulls out and drives off, speeding. I watch her peel out and sigh, finally feeling the steady rainfall on my body. I take a deep breath and look down to Britney, who is still under my grasp, clinging onto my chest. "Hey, it's okay," I say quietly. I pull her in for a tight hug and whisper, "I know how you feel too." She looks up at me, her eyes wide, and to my left I hear the brakes of the police car squeal to a stop. I take her hand and walk over to their car. Her hands are cold and shaky in mine. I wish I could take her somewhere she feels safe. This is the second police encounter I have had in the past 12 hours with this girl. She probably thinks I'm always having run-ins with the police. She probably thinks I'm a bad influence. "Good morning, officer," I greet, taking charge of the situation. The police officer shuts his door, flips his notepad, and begins his questioning. As he listens to the whole story, he takes comprehensive and long notes. He taps his pen to the paper and faces Britney. "Do you want to press charges on your mother?" Her eyes flick up from the man to meet mine. "Love, do you want to press charges? It's perfectly okay if you do. You're not doing anything wrong." "I got you." I rub her back and watch as contemplation fills her eyes. She sighs and shakes her head. "No, I'm fine." "Would you like to file a restraining order?" The officer's voice booms. She shakes her head again. "No, officer, I do not." "Well," the officer begins, "there is not much I can do from here. Nevertheless, don't hesitate to contact us again if you decide to change your mind. We're here to help you out." He reaches into a pocket on his vest and pulls out a card and hands it over to Britney. With her shaky hand, she takes it and tucks it away into her dress. The officer shakes my hand and walks over to his squad car and climbs in. He sits in for a minute speaking into the walkie-talkie and then drives away as the gravel crunches under his tire. I turn to Britney, who sighs in relief. She turns her head up to me. "Thank you for everything, really." I take her soft, cold hands in mine and kiss the top. "Anything for you." And I mean it. She gives a tight smile and shifts her weight from her heels to her tiptoes. "Do you want to come in? It's raining pretty bad." "If it wasn't raining, would you still invite me in?" I kid, gently shoving her shoulder with mine. She shrugs. "Probably not." She laughs and stuffs her hands in her pocket. She heads towards the complex and turns around. "Well, aren't you coming? Of course I want you in here." With a smile, I follow close behind. I take her hand in mine and she leads me up the stairs and into her apartment. She closes the door behind us. Britney's apartment is cozy, warm, and smells just like her. Sweet and homey. She has rows of bookshelves and not one empty spot for a new book. Her couches face the TV and light from a large window pours into the room. "So, did you want anything to drink?" she says as she walks to the fridge, opening it. I clear my throat. "Actually, there is something else I want," I say. She tilts her head. "Would you marry me?"
Chapter 13. Britney. My ears hear his words, but my brain cannot comprehend them. Did he just say the word marry and me, as in him? A strange kind of separation takes place between the world that makes sense and the world that does not. I lose all sense of direction for a moment. If this were a Harry Potter novel, I might be happy about this development. But I don't see any owls or wands or giant spiders. My sluggish brain spins off. All I see is just a very earnest and hot, and yes, talented in the bedroom department, heart surgeon looking at me with the biggest question of all time hanging above him. I look for signs that it's all a joke, a smirk in the face, a break in his veneer, maybe even a hidden camera crew, something that will right me in this turbulence. But he just stands there, waiting. I settle on the easiest response possible, quick, short, and to the point. What? He shuffles his weight a little on his feet and says it again. Marry me. Some of his resolve cracks a little at the edges, but he says nothing more. It's maddening. What are you talking about? I stand firm, spelling it out for him. I simply need more information. His face loses a bit of its confidence, and he looks around for a chair. I gesture to the armchair and he sinks into it, obviously gathering his thoughts. I choose a sturdy kitchen chair, pulling it near him. Vanessa told me about your inheritance problem, he says, clasping his hands between his knees. Sounds like you have a lot to lose if you don't make it happen. I'm not sure how I feel about this person I barely know having this information. But Vanessa would never tell just anyone about it. She must have seen a need. Does she see things I don't? And who says you barely know him at this point? I do, and I will if I don't get married soon. But it's complicated. So why are you swooping in to help? He chuckles, looking down at his hands. Those hands that can save a life. What a strange superpower to have. Focus. All this marriage talk has me all sorts of confused. Funny thing, I'm in a similar boat. My grandfather is very ill. The family business is suffering, and unless he gets better, we could lose it all, which would leave my mother upset and my siblings destitute. But here's the rub. Grandpa doesn't feel like getting himself better. Unless... I lean forward. Unless... what? Unless I get married and give him hope for the future. I'm short on time, just like you. My legs spring me upwards. I can't sit still. Now I'm convinced that I'm being punked. Pacing wildly, I search the room for hidden cameras, microphones, anything that might help me make sense of what's going on. What are you doing? He asks, his voice teetering on the edge of incredulousness. This can't be real. This has to be a prank. Nothing. There's nothing to help me, and nothing makes sense. Why would it be a prank? My hands fly up in frustration. Because what are the odds of something like this happening? That two people would meet that have this exact same problem? That's precisely it. What are the odds that I would meet this dreamboat of a man? That we would have a connection, make mind-blowing love while barely knowing each other, and find ourselves in urgent need of a spouse? I have no idea. Math was never my best subject, he replies. He is laughing softly, his eyes sparkling. I'm not sure if I want to hit him or kiss him. What? He stops laughing and changes tactics. Look. What does it matter? It is what it is. Besides, we both need this. We have a lot to lose. It's a win-win for both of us, no matter which way you slice it. His voice gets low and he looks at me archly. And I don't know about you, but denying your mother a boatload of money is a pretty compelling reason to me. One of many. A small laugh bubbles out of me. Despite it all, that is a good reason. Yeah, that would be pretty sweet. Before I can just let go and embrace this idea, though, I really need to get my head around it. So, how will this work exactly? And I'm not committing it to anything, mind you. Just inquiring, I say, sitting back down. Okay. Just browsing. All right. Well, it's easy, really? Easy? You really think so? He looks at me so relaxed. I envy him a little. The ease, the confidence, the sheer trust that there's a plan and it'll all work out, somehow. Well, we get married, like married, and we'll sign a contract that both parties are entirely comfortable with, a prenup. To be clear, I'm not here for your inheritance, and you are not tasked with saving my family's business, but our marriage will help us both. Put it that way, and it does sound easy. Too easy, maybe? Sighing, I take a breath before attempting to unravel it all again. Did you think this through already? Sounds like you have this all planned. How long has he been working on this? Or is he just making it all up on the spot? This time he's the one to take a breath. He lets his neck muscles relax as he shakes his head. You are always up for a challenge, aren't you? Look, I'm looking for the simple things in life. Stability, a good job, someone I can hang out with. I think we can do that. We can act like a loving married couple. He looks at me, his eyes penetrating mine. What I'm not looking for is a third party. I'm not going to marry you and seek out companionship elsewhere. But I understand this is all very fast, so... A loving married couple. What does that mean in terms of your needs? I can't believe I'm asking this, bartering for what my life might look like. Thanks, Aunt Felicia. My needs? Well, that's a very interesting question. He stands up, unfolding his tall, beautiful body slowly. I try not to think about the muscles underneath, that gorgeous expanse of sinew, bone, skin, and pure, intangible magic that... Focus. Before I can say any more, he stands before me. I can feel heat coming off him, mixed with the musky scent of his skin. Skin that hasn't been washed since last night. The smell of us. What happened between us that I've stupidly been trying to compartmentalize this whole time. He kneels down and looks at me square in the face. We would be married. It's that simple. I would honor what that means to us both. So perhaps I have to ask, do you want me to engage in a third-party relationship? Never have such legal-sounding words made my cheeks burn so fast. I look away, but I know he catches it. It would be impossible to miss it. Noise catches in my throat, but it's hardly an answer. How about what you want? His voice is teasing, slow and deep, like a murmur or a rumble under the earth. I'm unsure of my footing, in my own house. Imagine that. Admit it. I'm attracted to him. He's everything I like in a man, self-sufficient, intelligent, caring, funny, and handsome as all get out. Some women would kill to marry this guy. They wouldn't hesitate. So why am I? It's marriage. A commitment. I'm up for the fling part, but the marriage part? I just don't know. If only the clock wasn't ticking. If only Aunt Felicia hadn't imposed this stupid, random, and cruel ultimatum. Then I could throw myself into his arms and just enjoy myself. But for his own marriage troubles. It's all moving so fast. Too fast. Still, physical attraction is physical attraction. And it doesn't happen in my life all too often. Should embrace that while it's here. Or rather, while he's here, standing in front of me with a sly grin on his face. All I need to do is make sure this doesn't go any deeper than the surface. What is marriage, after all? Just a piece of paper. Nothing more. No falling in love, I blurt out. There it is. The only conditions of the contract. Nothing that's going to get in the way of my dreams of becoming dean. Nothing that will compromise all I've worked so hard to accomplish. Not even Dr. Gorgeous here can derail that. Rufo grins, like that's the precise answer he's been looking for. He leans in close, the smell of him threatening to overwhelm me. I don't believe in love, baby, he whispers. Never thought a negative sentiment could be so hot. My cheeks get even hotter, not to mention other things. I have no idea what's supposed to happen next. Do we call a lawyer? Do we go on the internet and look up fake marriage contracts? There's no roadmap for this, and I'm always one for a roadmap. Rufo, it seems, doesn't appear bothered by such trivial things. Should we sit down and write a contract? I offer, holding on to reality with the tips of my fingers. Rufo moves in, his animal lust reaching in and around me. I'm losing all sense of reality at this point. My nerves are on fire. What does this man do to me? So, you've moved on from inquiring and are now committing? I say nothing. He laughs softly to himself and moves in even closer. How about this? Let's seal the deal first. He counter-proposes, taking my face in his hands and kissing me deeply. Never did I think legal work could be so fun or enticing. I'm all in.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 14. Britney. I can't help but get lost in his kiss. It transports me to our wild night from yesterday. Something tells me it's leading there again. I will get absolutely entranced by this man, and it's like he knows. I pull away from him and walk back a few steps. I bring my hand up my lips. They're plump and sore already. Just remember our deal, I reiterate. Oh, come on, he begins. What are you so afraid of? He smirks and walks towards me again, his hands wrapping around the small of my back. Catching feelings. Logically, I admit quietly to myself. I shake my head and pull his head towards my lips. I can't let this moment escape me now. I just need to take advantage of this moment. His firm lips melt against mine. His tongue slips in when there's an opening. I feel his tongue smooth over mine. He tastes minty and fresh. The smell of his musk drapes over me like a heated blanket. Or that can just be me, being so turned on already. His hands come up to my jaw and tilt my head to the side. He leaves a trail of kisses down the side of my neck, making my whole body tingle. I slide my hand down his chest, leaving a warm trail behind. He takes my hands, while our tongues still intertwine, and urges them to lift his shirt up. I do as he suggests, given I so desperately want to see him too. I pull the shirt over him, breaking our kiss for a moment, and as soon as it's off, his lips crash back into mine, like they missed me, like he needed to be there. I let out a quiet sigh of pleasure, and I feel his lips curl into a smile. I like to hear that, he says. I smirk in response. He leans back into me, biting my bottom lip, making me sharply inhale. His hands roll down from my jawline to my neck, down to my arms, and in a second, he has my dress unzipped. He lets it fall, and he breaks our kiss and steps back, eyeing me from head to toe. Feeling vulnerable, I start to take a step back when he leaps back at me, pulling me into him. His hands fall to my bare skin on my waist, burning into my skin. He takes my hips and leads me to the couch. He lays me down and towers over me. He takes off his pants in an instant. We're even, he teases. Not quite, I say. I reach to my back and unhook my bra. I let it slide off my shoulders and toss it onto the coffee table. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 15. Rufo. Being a surgeon, I'm used to sleeping in weird places and at weird times. But waking up in a place that isn't mine and realizing it is late afternoon and there's a gorgeous woman asleep next to me is pretty high up for me in the weird department. Weird and wonderful. Stretching carefully so as not to wake her, I luxuriate in the feeling of the soft sheets against my naked skin, my nerves recalling the events from only a few hours before. Is it any wonder why after romp sleep is the best sleep? Britney is still there in dreamland, her face slack and serene. Turning on my side and tucking my arm under my head, I take a few moments to study her, to memorize every curve and feature of her face. When she wakes, we should get dinner. Something slightly decadent to mark whatever it is that we've cooked up. Somehow it feels right, though. Unconventional, perhaps, but not wrong. I return to looking at Britney's sleeping face. Traces of pleasure still linger on her flawless skin, and I wonder if she's dreaming of what we got up to not so long ago. Just thinking about it gets me going again. I wonder if I should nudge Britney awake when... Buzz. Buzz. Buzzing sounds different from my phone. I'd know my phone buzzing from a mile away, which means it has to be Britney's phone. Reaching over, I see it was tossed on the nightstand closest to me. May as well see who it is, I reason to myself. A picture of Vanessa's smiling face appears on the screen. Before I can stop myself, I hit the accept button and growl quietly into the phone. Britney Hale's office. This is Rufo speaking. There's a hitch before Vanessa speaks. I've obviously caught her off guard. Rufo? What are you doing? Where's Britney? Why are you answering her phone? Is she okay? The questions get more and more rapid as Vanessa's perpetually overactive imagination begins to swirl. Relax, Vanessa. Just relax, I reply, putting on my bedside manner voice. Britney is just fine. She's sleeping. Dipping a toe into confessing here, I have to admit. Maybe Vanessa will not notice? There's a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the line. What? Are you saying what I think you're saying? Nope, she noticed. May as well go all in, buddy boy. Sort of. Listen, Vanessa, I've got something to tell you. I turn even further away from Britney so as not to disturb her, but I can't stop it now. In fact, just saying the words might make it feel more real. At this moment, it all feels like some crazy, half-drunken scheme. What? Vanessa's voice thrums. I can tell she's literally on the edge of her seat, if she's indeed sitting at all. You know how Britney has that crazy inheritance thing, where she has to get married in 6 months or she loses it all? I'm the one that told you about that, she replies, sounding deflated. Well, yeah, you did, but funny thing, I'm in a similar boat. My grandfather has made the same ultimatum for me, for different reasons, of course. But, yeah, that's the situation, I end lamely. There's another pause on the phone. I can practically hear Vanessa's gears turning. Let me get this straight. You also have to get married to please some crazy relative? That's really true? Sure is. So, Britney and I, who happen to like each other, which is a bonus, have come up with a contract. An arrangement, if you will, to, get it done. I slap my forehead, another lame sentence ending in a thud. Oh my God! You two are getting married? She crescendos into my eardrum, making me wince and take the phone away. Gerald, get over here! Crazy news! Britney and Rufo are getting married! I can practically hear the confetti guns and fireworks from here. There's a shuffling noise, and I hear Gerald's muffled but surprised congratulations through the phone. It's all very strange, but now that it's out in the open, there's no going back now. When it dies down a bit, I put the phone back to my ear. Yep, we are. There's definitely work to do to make it convincing, but we're confident we can make it work. It sounds so clinical, so antiseptic. But that's not what I'm feeling. Certainly not how Britney and I expressed things to each other only a few hours before. There's a stirring next to me, and Britney's eyes flutter and open. She smiles briefly before seeing her phone in my hand and looking at me quizzically. Who is it? Is that V? What does she want? Is she okay? I roll my eyes and chuckle. Vanessa is still flying around at the end of the line, and I can hear Gerald doing his best to get in one-word answers to her multitude of questions. It's a losing battle, and there's no way I'll be an effective go-between, so I simply hit the speaker button, and Vanessa's jubilant noise fills the bedroom. I'm so— Another squeal. Oh, B, is it really true? Or is Rufo messing with me? Nope. Not messing. It's true. Her tone is hard to read. What's she thinking? This is so amazingly exciting. Oh, we should have dinner. Tonight, we have to celebrate and talk about this. I look at Britney. Wasn't I just thinking about dinner? What's adding our two best friends to the mix? Besides, they can help plan the particulars. Britney seems to feel the same way as she shrugs and answers. Sure, why not? Where are you thinking? We can't half-ass this. Delmonico's. Nice. That's a fancy joint that I haven't been to in, well, a long time. And it was to celebrate something a lot different. It will be nice to go back there and exercise some of those memories. You think we can get a reservation? Britney asks. No problem, Gerald pipes in. I know a guy. I'll set it up. Is 7 p.m. doable for the Lovebirds? Britney nods again, and I respond. Sure is. See you there. Thanks, you two. We're gonna need all the help you're willing to give. I hit the red button to the sound of more squealing and sounds of celebration. The quiet settles in, and for a brief few seconds, I bask in it. Britney lies on the pillow next to me, looking at the ceiling. Without looking at her, I ask what's on my mind. Was that okay of me? To let them know? She takes a second longer than I'd like to reply. Yes, it's okay. She's my best friend in the world, and you're right. We're absolutely going to need their help. It's just— Saying it out loud is weird. She turns to me, folding her arm over her beautiful chest. I can't help but let my eyes flicker down to them before returning to her face. Yes, and I don't even know what this is yet, and— Lifting a finger, I stroke the skin of her arm. Neither do I. But we're going into it with eyes open. Let's just see where it goes. No feelings, though, she says, her tone stern. I make a motion that crosses my heart. None. Britney smiles and changes the subject. Never been to Delmonico's. You're going to like it. Been there once. This will be a much better time, I imagine. She looks at me with obvious questions on her face, but doesn't ask them. I'm grateful. There's no need to bring my eccentric and needy family into Britney's apartment. We're already dealing with enough family issues as it is. Lifting her arms, Britney stretches, and I watch with appreciation as her muscles tense and lengthen. She grasps at the sheet to pull it up and over her, but I stop her. We have to get ready for dinner soon. I say, sneaking closer to her. Think I'll go have a shower, she says, but I can sense the twinkle in her eye. I'm gonna take my chances and go for it. Uh-huh, I mumble as I close the distance between us and scoop her into a spoon embrace. Kissing her back and neck, I feel her skin react. Rufo, we gotta get going. Do we? I ask between kisses. She laughs and pulls the sheets away. Yes, we do. I don't even know what I'm going to wear, and this place is fancy. But now that I've got my sights set on her, I can't let her go. Not yet. You'll find something. I just know it. And if you're worried about time, why not be really efficient then? Why not shower together? I kiss her neck once more, and I can feel her brain and body at odds with each other. I'm hoping to convince her body to tell her brain to take a break. Maybe, but we have to get going. Her resolve is crumbling under my ministrations, and I'm only too happy to keep going. I'm not ready for what comes next, though. With a yell, Britney bounds out of bed and runs to the bathroom. Oh, it's on, I say, snapping back the sheets, briefly catching them comically on my hard-on, and running after her. She giggles and squeals as I sprint after her. Shower time for everybody. I make it to the door of the bathroom and catch her there in my arms. She turns the tables on me and grabs my face and brings me in for a kiss that curls my toes. Good God, this woman. All thoughts of dinner temporarily leave my head. I have much more important matters to attend to.
Chapter 16. Britney. Hard to believe that only a few minutes ago I was in that blissful state of sleep that only comes after intense lovemaking. There's no other sleep like it. I wonder if scientists have studied it. Just thinking about what those studies might have looked like would normally be enough to make me hide my face. Now, however, I'm zipping through my house, butt naked, being chased by a naked man in the best possible way. Where I live isn't fancy, and it isn't big. The rooms are old and small and filled with books and furniture. But the one place I've splurged in terms of modernizing it was the bathroom. I'm a sucker for a luxurious bathroom. Life is too short to have a bad bathroom. So, with a smart and brave contractor, we busted out a wall, took away some closet space and a portion of the guest room, and expanded the tiny excuse for the bathroom that was here when I bought the place. Now, one wall is mirrored. It hovers over a sink and vanity countertop that spans the entire length of the room. All my beauty products and hair accessories are arranged along it, in tastefully arrayed containers, of course. Behind that, and across the heated floors because no one has time for cold floors on a New England winter morning, is the toilet, shower, and bathtub. And here's where I really splurged. The tub is a jacuzzi. Ringed by a huge box, it has room for all my scented candles, and yes, a place for my glass of wine. I even have a contraption that will hold my book in place so I can have a read while taking a long, long soak. It's marvelous. The shower is also high-end. Tucked in the corner, it's rhombus-shaped with a large glass frame and many shower heads. My water bill is always a little high for someone who lives alone, but I am a fan of water sports after all. The kinds that involve soaking, splashing, and zoning out. Now, however, I'm about to add another sport to the list. Hot shower time. That room-length mirror has practically paid for itself. Skidding to a halt just inside the bathroom, Rufo catches me in an embrace. We kiss deeply, and his hands can't seem to get enough of me, and they run up and down my back and over my ass. It feels like feathers dancing over my skin, and I giggle and run away. "No, you don't," he says, trying to catch me, but then he stops and takes a look around him. Whistling, he sounds impressed. Holy crap, this is quite the bathroom. Nothing hotter than a compliment on your favorite room. I sidle back over to him and wrap my arms around him, giving him a huge kiss. Our bodies melt into one another, and our skin feels so silky against each other. Not only that, when I catch a glimpse of us in the mirror, it only adds to the fire. Damn. We are one hot couple. His chiseled, creamy skin against the glowing brown of my own is beautiful to behold. We fit perfectly together, my curves to his muscles. Still kissing, I run my fingernails up and down his back, applying slightly more pressure with each pass. He groans and his body shakes a little at each movement, and I feel goosebumps rise on his skin. His hands, meanwhile, are busy too. Sliding down my back, they rest for a moment on the curve of my back, right before he plunges them downward to cup my ass and lift it up and closer to him. It feels fantastic, and everything responds in kind. My buds, my skin, my core. He knows all the switches to press. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Now we get clean, he says, kissing my neck. You got it, I say back, reaching for the soap.
Chapter 17, Rufo. The noise from the street immediately dies away, muffled in the sounds of heavy curtains, fancy tablecloths, and moneyed people. The light dims, too, from the harsh streetlights to a mysterious amber glow from the hidden track lighting and the candles that litter the tables. This place is meant to be a sanctuary, a place for fine dining. Stress on the capital. I've only been here once before when my grandfather begrudgingly treated me to a celebration after earning my surgical position at the hospital. I recall it as being a dim affair. Now, I hope at least, to rewrite my memory of this place with something far more pleasant. Vanessa and Gerald are already seated at a spacious foretop when we arrive. From the looks of things, they are already one cocktail, and maybe two. They don't look annoyed that we're late, but I can tell it irks Britney. Note to self, she likes to be on time to things. I knew we should have left earlier, Britney mutters to me as the maitre d' shows us to our table. Following behind, I reach over and pinch her ass, resplendent in a simple but tight-fitting black cocktail dress and pearls. Who could blame me? You're just too damn cute to rush, I whisper back. She swats at me, play-acting at being offended, but deep down, I know she's loving it. If the maitre d' hears, he pretends not to hear it. Good man. Vanessa, however, sees it all and stands up to greet us, her eyebrows raising quizzically. Look at you two, already looking like a real couple. I laugh, nodding a thanks to the maitre d', who instantly, and professionally, disappears. Isn't that what we're going for? I ask. Gerald stands and we give each other a big slapping bro hug, like you do. I lean over, giving Vanessa a peck on the cheek. She and Britney embrace, Vanessa squeezing her extra hard and whispering something encouraging in her ear. When they finish hugging, Britney makes a big show of rolling her eyes at my words and getting herself seated. For the next few minutes, everyone studies the menu, carefully picking out drinks, appetizers, and entrees. A waiter swiftly takes our orders, and we are back to business. I'm feeling relaxed, a little arrogant even. This impossible situation might just be solved, and I'm madly attracted to the woman who will become my wife. It's almost too good to be true. A minute later, however, I realize that Vanessa and Britney are determined to pump the brakes on my happiness, at least temporarily. I can't believe it. What are the odds of anything like this happening? Vanessa asks, sipping her cocktail. That's what we've been saying. It just doesn't seem real, Brittany replies, and there's something less effervescent in her voice, like she's truly questioning it all. Well, the very least you need to do is get to know each other, to make it all believable, especially to the doubters, of which I am sure there will be a few. I had to fill in Rufo just this morning on some things, Vanessa says, winking at me. Sitting back in my very plush chair, I sip my wine, a tasty petit verre d'eau, when the words just spring out of my mouth. She's moving in with me. All eyes flick over to me. Until then, Gerald and I had been only making occasional small talk while the women were all in. Now, I've officially entered the conversation. Brittany's gaze is the most laser-focused. I never said I was moving in with you, she says. Her tone is hard to read. It's easier this way. Seems less random and, well, fabricated, I conclude, taking another sip. Gerald chimes in. Does seem more believable. And Vanessa and I have been talking. We can help you. Give everyone the impression that we've known about you both as a couple for months. We could lay it on thick, but you do have some work to do. Like what? Brittany asks, leaning forward. I can't help but notice the fullness of her chest against the tight fabric, the gorgeous swell of cleavage. I shift in my seat, trying to concentrate. You've both got to spend a lot more time with each other. Get to know each other's habits, likes, and dislikes. You know, like what kind of shampoo does she use, or... Vanessa chimes in. How do you both like your coffee, or... Gerald continues. Funny anecdotes about high school, that kind of thing. Vanessa finishes. They both look at each other smiling, and I can see why they just made this argument. They are already finishing each other's sentences. Brittany and I must be able to do that if we're going to fool anyone. Just then, the first courses arrive, and we all dig in. For a moment we are all lost in thoughts, chewing our asparagus flan or stewed scallops or, in my case, toasted brioche rounds with creme fraiche and caviar. Okay, let's get to the fun part, Vanessa says. She's a quick eater. Her flan has already disappeared. Wedding plans. Sounds good to me, I say, letting the salty tang of the caviar idly mix with the softer taste of the creme fraiche. Gerald also nods. Brittany, the would-be bride, is the last to dip her head in consent, and I wonder if she's done it out of pure peer pressure or if she wants to go along with everything. A bottle of wine appears for the table, and the waiter runs through the charade of pouring a sample, having me taste it, my nod of satisfaction, followed by pouring glasses all round. During it all, I can see Vanessa tabulating things in her head, working through details and to-do lists. Brittany, meanwhile, looks stoically ahead, waiting for the waiter to finish. As soon as he leaves, Vanessa launches in. Okay, first things first, theme, have to have a theme. Simple, Brittany says immediately. Sure, but that can mean so many things. Simple as in a small amount of guests? Simple like a beach wedding? Simple like wearing a pantsuit? What are we talking about here? Next weekend. We should do it next weekend. Brittany has the look of someone standing on a cliff's edge, just saying words to keep themselves from screaming. Is she really that freaked out? I may have to calm her down later. Another round of illicit daydreaming threatens to overtake my higher thinking, but Vanessa breaks in. No, that's too soon. At least 2 weeks from now. Gives more time to plan and for you two to get to know each other. All right, let's put the theme on the back burner for now. What about the venue? Vanessa continues talking, veering from venue to flowers to color scheme to menus. It's dizzying, but I just let it wash over me. Throughout it all, Brittany looks visibly tense. Reaching over, under the tablecloth, I take her hand and squeeze it. She gives me a look something between a thank you and I'm all right that reassures me a little. I pour her more wine. She sips it and a wave of something unnameable washes over me. No, that's not true. You've had this feeling before. It happens when you take care of your patients. True. But this time, it's much more acute. I like taking care of this woman. I like comforting her, making the harder things seem less so. I have often felt a sliver of this with my patients when they lie in recovery or come to see me weeks after a procedure, but it's only a fraction of what I feel caring for Britney. I want to keep doing this. I want to ensure she is always cared for. That has never been something I've wanted to do with another woman. What is going on here? The rest of the meal is a blur of fine food, more wine, and mainly the voice of Vanessa presenting and discarding various wedding ideas. I'm happy to let her spin them out. A few times Britney has ideas, but mainly she is silent or nods. She is hard to read. I just ensure she is all right and enjoying her meal. From all accounts, it seems like she is. The bill arrives and Gerald and Vanessa refuse to let me pay for it. A celebration of sorts, Gerald says. Besides, you have a wedding to pay for. We leave the restaurant and stand around outside for several moments saying our goodbyes. I'm unclear whether I'm going back to Britney's or my own place. Honestly, the thought of being alone tonight isn't exactly high on my list. The two women chat to one another, setting up a lunch date to keep talking. Gerald takes me to the side and places his hand on my shoulder. Congrats, dude. Seriously, she's one hell of a woman. I hope you'll be very happy. Once you get to know each other, that is, he says, chuckling. I do too, and thanks, I reply. A spark of an idea drifts over Gerald's head. You should go on a vacation. That'll really test whether you can do this. Nothing like being traveling companions to test each other's mettle. Good idea. That's why I keep being your friend, I suppose, I say, giving him a final hug. We part and Britney and I return to her apartment. She's quiet on the way home, but I don't want to push it. Vanessa put a lot of ideas in her head, and I know she's not the sort to make rash decisions. When we get inside, however, I start to worry. Britney's face is withdrawn, and her brow furrowed. Taking off my jacket and laying it on a chair, I finally just come out with it. What's up? Everything okay? She looks up at me, her eyes worried. What if this doesn't work?
Chapter 18. Britney. I thought I had a handle on it, but when the dinner conversation centered on one topic and one topic only, the waters crashed in and I was drowning. As the dinner progressed, I had moments where I broke the surface, breathed fresh air, where I thought I spotted land, but then the waves would break over my head and I would go under. I tried not to panic. It was all I could do not to dash from the table screaming. Instead, I focused on keeping still, taking each moment as it came, treading water. Vanessa's mouth was moving and sometimes mine was too, but it was all muffled. Talk of venues, flowers, dresses, you name it. Favors? Why would I need favors for what I'm hoping is a quick in and out at City Hall? The panic ebbed and flowed. Sipping wine helped, but not much. Perhaps if we'd veered off topic for a second, it might have helped. I might have found shore again. Couldn't we have briefly chatted about everyone's day? Or possible travel plans? Hell, I would have settled for someone telling me they had a dentist's appointment coming up. Anything but this lifelong commitment that might derail everything I've been working for as long as I've been able to set goals for myself. Looking around the table, it's clear I'm the only one who feels this way. Gerald sits back in his chair, watching Vanessa speak. He's clearly entranced by her. Rufo sits near me, taking sips of wine or swirling the burgundy liquid around the voluminous glass and watching the legs stream down it. A $25 glass of wine will do that, I'm told. All of them are just out having dinner. None appear to be drowning. How is everyone so damn casual about all this? Am I a stick in the mud or just old-fashioned? What I might call ambitious or independent. Others might call stubborn or worse, old maid. But these are my friends, my potential husband. Surely they don't think this of me, do they? Leaving the restaurant certainly helps, but I'm not out of the water just yet. Fresh air and the promise of taking a break in this endless conversation are like finding a flotation device in the deep churning waters. Getting back to my apartment, however, underlines the whole situation, primarily because the would-be groom is with me. Don't get me wrong, I want him around. He makes me giddy with desire. But having him there leaves me no space to think, to sort out all these conflicting questions and emotions. Also, I can't forget the small gestures throughout the meal by Rufo that make me feel special and cared for. He seems to see my distress and tries to help me wade my way through it. From the light touches of his hand to refilling my wine glass, he's been nothing but attentive and caring. So why am I so scared? Things are going too well. That's it. It is all too easy. And while Aunt Felicia left me a lot of properties, potentially, she also left me with the deeply rooted belief that nothing in this life comes easy. If it does, you should probably run in the other direction. I don't want to worry him, though. Maybe it's all that conditioning to pick your battles, do hard work, and just prove that you can be the best. Or maybe it's just that I don't want Rufo to think he's not special. Because he is. I'm not a fool. I can obviously appreciate that. But it's all moving so fast. For several moments after we get back to my apartment, I try to keep things light. My attempts to behave as if everything is just fine are clumsy, I admit. But I'm trying like hell. But when Rufo just comes out with it, all my resolve crumbles. What's up? Everything okay? From where I sit, I look up at him. This handsome, giving man. How I wish I could just abandon all my worries, jump in with both feet and trust it's all going to be fine. I'm stubborn, though, and a survivor. Something like this isn't so easy. What if this doesn't work? Before I can blink, Rufo is in front of me, on his knees, his arms around my thighs. He looks into my face and smiles. It's slightly reassuring. Listen to me. It's all right to be nervous. Let's just acknowledge this is a crazy thing we're about to do. It's crazy. He stands up and dances around, acting like a total lunatic. It makes me laugh, which I think is the point. And once I do, he comes back to me again. But I promise I won't let anything bad happen. We'll get married. We'll convince our families it's the real deal, and then we'll move on with our lives. It's that last part that has me worried the most. What does that even mean? Rufo continues. Vanessa and Gerald are right. We need to get to know each other first, spend some actual quality time with each other. Become so familiar with each other, it makes people feel gross to be around us. Like Vanessa and Gerald sometimes? I ask with trepidation. That kind of intimacy seems monumental. Exactly, he affirms. Just like that. Sitting back, he settles himself on the floor in front of me, crossing his legs like he's in nursery school. It's hilarious and very cute all at once to see this grown man, this surgeon. Зрение сядем и как 4-летний. He looks very relaxed. I'm way overdue for a vacation. Surgical life is intense and the days are long. How about you come with me? Could you get coverage? Not for long, just a few days. That way, we'll get to know each other. We'll come back, face our families, and fool them all. What about your grandfather? Don't you want to introduce me to him as soon as possible? Won't that help with his health? I'm not sure if this is a stalling tactic or a logical question. Probably both. The thought of a few days away is actually pretty thrilling and would, ironically, help my mind ease into the idea of a more permanent arrangement. Amazing how we can trick ourselves sometimes. Immediately after, I think it'll help. Grandpa is pretty shrewd. If he meets you now, he might smell a rat. A few days won't hurt. I arch an eyebrow. That's your professional medical opinion? He smiles and nods. Yes, he's very ill. Don't get me wrong, but he's stable, and I want us to meet him under the very best of circumstances. How does that sound to you? My mind swirls through all the possible scenarios, and it lands in the same place as Rufo. We need to present as a couple that really knows each other. Spending time in airports and train stations might just do that. Jumping the gun, aren't we? Could be just going to Boston. Either way, it's a good plan. Sure, works for me, I say. The threatening waters are receding a bit. Rufo's calm confidence seems to be infectious. And are you willing to go on vacation with me? Rufo asks, leaning forward. When we get back, we can get hitched. The waters try to flood back in, but I've got a new sense of purpose and a new resolve. I'm not going to let them. It means I'm going to have to be firm. With myself as much as anything else. Yes. And let's get married as soon as we get back. The first weekend we can. There. I said it. Firm and committed. No going back now. Simple ceremony. City Hall. Vanessa and Gerald. Maybe a nice meal. Nothing else. Rufo's face goes from grinning to a wide smile. It's hard to tell if it's because our marriage will solve all his family problems or because he's into me. 2 seconds later, he's showing me it might be because he's into me. Anything you want, babe. He purrs, lifting himself up on his knees and reaching forward. He kisses me as if sealing our deal. It's deep and hungry. I taste the wine on his tongue, notes of earth and tannin and desire. Wine has never made me so drunk. I can feel the waters burn away, replaced by the animal lust that enters the room whenever Rufo is near. He can't seem to get enough of me, his hands moving up and around my little black dress. The wine and the food and the intense evening are intensifying all my senses, threatening to overwhelm me. We make out, our breathing getting heavier and heavier. I know exactly where this is going to go. And I don't mind, but I need some answers first. Wait just a second, I say, pushing him away. My heart is pounding in my chest, trying to race out of there. I feel slightly lightheaded, in the best possible way. Rufo looks at me, hungry but patient. He knows the value of anticipation. His tie is loosened, and his shirt tails are escaping. Even rumpled, he looks too good to be true. In the shadowy light of my living room, his eyes sparkle and entice. Damn. Most women wouldn't hesitate 1 second to marry this man. And here he is, falling over me. It doesn't seem real, and yet, I know that it is. In the most unlikely of times and spaces, I'm reminded of a Kierkegaard quote. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. Sometimes being a philosophy professor can be wildly irritating. Those words have never quite resonated for me until now. I just need to embrace whatever this is, coincidence or not, fate or not. Rufo and I have found each other, and we should just enjoy the moment. To calm my racing heart, I take Rufo's hands in mine and look into his eyes. So where are we going?
Chapter 19. Rufo. Everyone, this is your captain speaking. We are beginning our descent into Charles de Gaulle Airport. The weather in Paris is a beautiful 68 degrees with sunny skies. Local time is 11:14 a.m. If this is your final destination, I hope you enjoy your stay here. If you are traveling beyond Paris, we wish you safe travels. So, sit back, relax, and we'll be in Paris shortly. Can do, Captain, I think to myself. Looking over my seat pod, I give Britney a smile. Can't believe only 2 days ago we cooked up this idea of a vacation, and now it's actually happening. Splurging on first-class seats was a great idea. Britney and I laughed and goofed off when seated in our side-by-side pods, complete with televisions, reclining loungers, and, of course, lots of champagne. It really is the only way to travel. And when you're embarking on a journey to get to know your future wife, what's a little expense? We land, and just after noon hits, we are whisked through customs and into a taxi. We packed light, so no need to wait at the baggage terminal. "Ready?" I ask Britney as we settle into the car. "Yes," she says, and I am glad to hear the enthusiasm in her voice. Thankfully, we are both not jet-lagged. Possibly because Britney seems extra jazzed about the trip, and I'm used to long and crazy hours. She's possibly too. Britney strikes me as a person to pull an all-nighter without a second's hesitation. We let the driver do his thing as he navigates the tangle of cars leaving the arrivals terminal. Slowly, the industrial blandness that accompanies all airport areas gives way to the charming, flat-faced buildings and stonework that is Paris. It's a gorgeous city and one I've visited many times, but always for work or solo sightseeing. Never have I enjoyed the City of Lights with a woman. Which seems absurd. Isn't it a city known for romance? Britney has told me she has only been here once, many years ago on a student retreat. That means neither one of us has truly mined the delights of this city with someone else. Someone that drove them a little nutty whenever they were in close proximity. I have high hopes for this vacation, but I have to stop from getting ahead of myself. Having never really traveled with someone I'm seeing, it's all new territory for me. And with so much at stake, it's probably best if I just take this one step at a time. Good thing Paris is so pretty to look at with so much to offer. Much easier to help me stay in the moment. Hotel St. Mark is our destination. As we pull up, I can feel the funky vibe of the old and the new coming together. The building itself is old and elegant, while the interiors, a mix of plums and pumpkin, give off a more modern and uniquely Parisian luster. It's perfect. Our suite, a couple suite as advertised, is sumptuous. A huge bed festooned with a riot of throw pillows in various shades of gray, and lilac dominates the room. My brain does all sorts of gymnastics at seeing the possibilities of it. Seeing the bathroom only adds to the fantasies. Palatial in size, it overpowers even Britney's amazing bathroom back in the States. A massive freestanding tub takes up one whole wall, and towels the size of Buicks line every surface. We're going to have some fun here. We unpack, and something about the trip feels fragile, like we haven't previously torn each other's clothes off in mad ecstasy. Something tells me to take things slow. Dare I say, be romantic about it? So instead of tumbling into the bed or bath, we change our clothes and get ready to sightsee. Britney is game, and I can only suspect she's trying to honor these feelings too. At first, we just wander through the area. There's no rush. Lush hanging flower boxes line the streets from the windows, and we stroll along, simply taking it all in. River or street? I ask. Britney knots her face in confusion. We just got here, and there's a lot to see. Versailles, the Tower, and, of course, the Louvre. But we can start on the water first, if you like. She hooks her arm through mine. Water, she says. The lady hath proclaimed it, I say to the heavens, making her laugh. The Seine isn't hard to find, nor are the frequent waterboat tours that traverse it every few minutes. We eagerly skip into one and take seats near the back. It feels oddly liberating to lazily drift with no agenda or appointments. Just being in the moment, like you do, except I don't do. Normally. Usually. It's a great feeling, though, to just let the city unfurl its beauty before us as we float lazily downstream. There's an audio guide, but we barely listen. Britney, I'm happy to see, seems to relax. Sitting back in her seat, she briefly closes her eyes, letting the sun drape on her eyelids. I say nothing, letting her simply be present as well. Clearly, it's not something we are used to doing. Suddenly, she opens her eyes and fishes in her purse for her phone. We probably should take some pictures, she says sheepishly. Good idea. You know, as evidence, I say back. For a second, she looks startled and possibly hurt by my statement, but then she grins. Yeah, that. And for memories, I hastily add. She nods and we take a series of photos. They start off pretty by the book. The water, the boat, the trees floating by. Then she slides her arm around my waist and we take some selfies, smiling, then laughing, then guffawing with open mouths. With each picture, we get more and more comfortable with each other. Something about Britney's demeanor loosens a bit, and I start to see just how fun she can be when she lets her guard down. "Goofy one," she says, sticking her tongue out. I do the same, and we fall into fits of laughter again. Soon the ride comes to an end, and we clamber off. Once again, we have no set place to go, so we just start wandering. This time, our hands and arms easily find each other, and we walk around attached. Almost like a real couple. The small street we find ourselves on meanders and turns until it opens up into a large square. Around the perimeter of the square are small tables set up with various vendors. There's a happy, convivial air to it all. The whole thing looks, frankly, like it came out of painting. Some of the stalls have little poles with brightly colored flags that cavort in the spring air. Vendors call out greetings in French, enticing people to their wares. Cheeses ranging from standard to very stinky and purple sit on one table, while another is covered in baskets of bread. Still another has pyramids of wine bottles. A large bottle is dead center, and the vintner offers small samples. We can't resist and take a taste of the fine Burgundy. In business for, how you say, many times, the vendor says in delightfully broken English. I buy a bottle on the spot. It's obviously homemade. There's not even a label on it, and the cork sticks up merrily from the top. I can't wait to bust it open and drink it. Possibly for a celebration of some kind. We meander through the market some more until I notice that Britney is starting to pull away from me. In fact, her whole face is moving ahead of her body. You okay? Just smell something amazing, she says, walking forward with her nose in the air. Now that I know she's not having a stroke, I playfully follow along behind her. Soon we find the source of the smell. At the end of the market is one more stall. This one is the brightest and most pleasant smelling of all. A flower stall. Blooms of every color, shape, and scent jump out at me. It's a little overwhelming, I have to admit, but Britney certainly doesn't seem to mind. She stands in awe for a few moments, just taking it in. So wonderful! Look at them, she says, but it's almost to herself rather than anyone else. That's when my conversation with Vanessa drops back into my head. Peonies, the white ones because they smell the best. Britney seems spoiled for choice and stands there. I step forward and in the best French I can muster ask the kindly old woman flower seller if she has white peonies. The woman, who wears a kerchief over her silver hair and eyes that are almost completely hidden in the sockets, looks to me then to Britney and smiles knowingly. "Oui, an instant," she says, holding up a gnarled finger. By now, Britney has joined me, her face curious. "What did you ask her?" she says, her hand brushing against some of the blooms nearby. "Not sure, really, but we'll see in you an instant," I say, grinning. Seconds later, the woman returns. Or at least I think she does. I can barely see her. Over the top of her arms lie piles and piles of heavy white blooms. The smell, delicate but pretty, also wafts over us, and I can see what Britney means. It's not overpowering, but intoxicating nonetheless. "Ah, peonies!" Britney gasps, reaching out. Seconds later, her own arms are covered in the blossoms, and the woman's face is revealed. It is wearing a huge smile. "Oui? Oh, je suis désolé. Yes?" she says, looking between me and Britney. "Yes," Britney says, giving me a huge smile. This woman, I can't believe it. I've never seriously dated anyone, let alone traveled to one of the world's most romantic cities. If these are the first few hours of this trip, I can't wait to see how the rest of this trip goes. I buy the bunch, all of the peonies, on the spot.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20. Britney. Every possible container in our hotel room has been used to hold my flowers. Vases, the little water glasses by the sink, even an ashtray. How French has been put to use to keep my flowers hydrated. It's a shame I can't take them back with me to the States. But in the meantime, the room smells beyond glorious, and everywhere I look are my favorite blooms. I can't quite believe Rufo bought every stem, but he did. And the woman insisted he take even more. We managed to stumble back to our hotel room, where I'm sure we got some surprised looks from the staff, as we brought all the flowers. And a bottle of wine inside. Now that my new best and bloomiest friends are settled, it's time to get ready for dinner. Where are we going? I ask, cupping a peony in my hands and giving it yet another sniff. I want to bottle it and have that smell with me always. Can't tell you that. Rufo replies, tying a loafer on the small dressing bench near me. When I give him a look, he shrugs and says, "What? If I tell you, it'll ruin the surprise." Well, how do I know what to wear? Rufo's swagger temporarily falters as he realizes I'm not fishing for hints, but merely logistics. Ah, yes, I see. Okay. Well, maybe a sweater or a shawl? Okay, I say, giving him a small grin. Rummaging through the clothes I've hung in the large armoire, I take out my robin's egg blue dress with cap sleeves and pair it with a buttery yellow pashmina. Simple sandals and silver jewelry complete the look, and I feel ready for wherever we are going. That apparently requires some protection from the elements. "You look lovely," Rufo compliments me as he tucks in his cream-colored button-down into burgundy pants. He looks relaxed and windblown. A model on holiday, which perhaps he could be in another life. Throwing a linen jacket over his shoulder, he holds the door open for me. Leaving the hotel, the spring air feels like silk against my arms, and though I am hungry, I'm happy to meander next to Rufo. He says he knows where he is going, and I let myself be led around and through the streets that look like something out of a movie set. I find myself daydreaming about what it would be like to live here, to set the pace of my days by the hum and rhythm of this incredible city. The afternoon is giving way to evening, and everything is infused with lazy color. Because of this, I barely notice where we are going until Rufo stops short and gestures upwards. Dinner tonight? We'll be there. I follow his hand and am shocked to see he's pointing to one of the most iconic structures in the world, the Eiffel Tower. Sure, I've seen it before, but tonight, on this beautiful evening, with all the lights emanating from it and the city draping itself so delicately around it, I am momentarily speechless. "Wait," I stutter when I get my voice back. "We're eating in there." Rufo gives me one of his signature Cheshire cat grins. Yup. On the main level where Dr. Eiffel himself used to live. Hard to get a reservation, but you're looking at a guy with friends. He doesn't say any more, but instead starts to walk backwards, holding both my hands. My mouth agog, I simply let myself be pulled along, not quite comprehending that we are about to eat dinner inside at the Eiffel Tower. I didn't even know it was possible. We whisk past the line of tourists waiting to go to the top. The line for the restaurant is slightly hidden and feels very exclusive. Possibly because it is. I'm used to being among elites. Teaching at Yale will do that. But it's quite another thing to experience it firsthand. Take your jaw off the floor, you yokel. A host wearing the most starched uniform I've ever seen brings us to our table. A tiny two-seater. It abuts the walls of the main floor of the tower. Though partially closed off, the breeze is coming in through the top. Now I know why Rufo told me to bring a shawl. It's a tad cooler up here, and will only get cooler as the night wears on. Wine is ordered and fresh, fragrant bread brought to the table. The sun is oozing in through buttery clouds, and the air smells like grass and possibility, if that has such a smell, which I've now decided it does. Here we are, Rufo says, taking in the view. Yes, here we are, I say, and we clink glasses. It's not much of a toast, but it feels right somehow. After taking a sip, Rufo sits back and studies me for a moment. For a split second, I wonder if I have something in my teeth, but then he says, "Sorry if I'm looking at you strangely. I'm just having such a great time." I laugh, a little too loudly. Did you not think that was possible? No, don't get me wrong. I didn't know what to think. It's just, he trails off and I wonder if I've asked something wrong. What? I've never experienced anything like this before. With anyone. I've always been kind of a lone wolf. And with medical school and my work, it was never really in the cards. That's why my family felt the need to push me, I guess. They never thought it was going to happen. Heck, I didn't think it would happen. But is it? Happening, I mean. This is a business arrangement. I am probing very carefully, knowing I could shatter whatever wonderful evening we're having by getting defensive or pushy. But what exactly do I want him to say? We both have acknowledged this is an arrangement. No feelings, remember? Wasn't I the one that made that clear? Is it? His question is sincere, not sarcastic or rhetorical. I am at a loss. Soft music plays from the other side of the small eatery. Some couples move and sway to the music, and I envy their ease, their comfort with each other. Looking back to Rufo, his face is open and without guile. Damn, if this guy is acting, he deserves an Oscar. And if he is acting, what are all these feelings I'm feeling? No love, remember? Except, I can't help but have the sensation that my whole self, starting with my heart, is falling deeply, deeply in love with this man. What happens now? Before I can untangle any of these thoughts any further, Rufo reaches out a hand. "Dance with me," he says, a cross between command and question. I can't resist him and I lay my hand on his. It's warm and steady. He leads me across the room, and we blend with the other couples, our bodies meeting and aligning perfectly. I can't help but notice. I've always wanted to come here in this way, but it was never something that seemed possible. Not for me. And now, look, he remarks as he leads me gently around the dance floor. The ebb and flow of the Parisian breezes dance their own moves across our skin. And now look at you, I say into his ear. None of this feels real while at the same time, I'm so aware of each passing second, hoping they never end, they never drip away into memory. Hey, I'm about to do something. Just go along with it, he whispers in my ear. Before I have time to process, he unfurls me in a big spin, and the momentum takes a hold of me, and for several moments the room spins, the colors of the sunset blend together, and I lose myself in it. When I stop moving and turn back to face Rufo, he's grown shorter. A lot shorter, because he's on one knee, in front of me, with his hands extended. In one of them lies a navy blue velvet box out of which sparkles a glittering circular cut diamond set in a simple band. It catches the light, making small prisms bounce off the ceiling and walls. My breath catches and my hands cover my mouth. "Britney Hale, will you marry me?" I want to separate this moment from all that happened before. Because this moment is perfect. This moment could only be tainted by the knowledge that this is all fake, that he's only acting. But how could he be? It feels sincere, all of it. What about the direction? Just go along with it. It's not real, but it feels real and I need to sell it. Oh my God, yes, I say, unsure if I actually said words or merely mouthed them. There is a flash of lights, and I notice that a small pod of servers are at the ready, documenting this huge moment. Because, of course, it needs to be documented. Still, I surrender to the facade of it. It's too enticing to ignore. Rufo stands and I throw my arms around his neck, and he pulls me up and around. The classic engagement embrace. "You're sure?" he asks as we twirl and spin. He stops spinning me and gently lets my feet return to the floor. Surrender. Live in the moment. Isn't that what Kierkegaard said? I lean in and kiss him. Wine and sunshine and peonies and Paris are in that kiss. This miraculous charade is in that kiss. That mind-blowing diamond ring is in that kiss. I'm surrendering to all of it. Yes, 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 I say into his lips and his arms tighten around me. An award-winning performance from both of us. Clapping and more flashes from the cameras erupt all around us. Everyone loves a good love story. Everyone has bought into it because it looks and feels that real, even to total strangers.
Chapter 21. Rufo. Time speeds up and slows down in the moments following our somewhat over-the-top engagement. I'd spent hours on the phone prior to our departure, pulling in favors, from making the very exclusive reservation at the tower to ensuring I had my own paparazzi waiting with cameras for the big yes moment. Not to mention picking out the ring. That was surreal given the circumstances and possibly unnecessary, but it was a detail that gives everything that added punch of authenticity. How much are you acting, though? This question keeps popping into my head every time I remind myself of the arrangement between Britney and myself. An arrangement and nothing more. Yet I can't help but genuinely enjoy every moment with her. Never have I ever experienced such ease, such laughter, and such connection with any other woman. After the night at the tower, we dive into the rest of the vacation with both feet. Following dinner, we take a leisurely stroll along the Seine. Lights from the city bobble and bounce in the water as we meander. All around us, other couples, young, old, and in between, stroll to their own rhythms. It seems the whole city is suffused with romance. Eventually, we stumble into an old bar, the kind that reeks of old Paris. Worn rattan chairs with leather tops, a bar backed by faded mirrors, and a bartender who looks like he has stopped time itself. Crisp white shirt, minuscule black bow tie, and a pencil-thin mustache. Behind him, illuminated by soft lights, the source of which can't be seen, are bottles in an inviting shade of green. A very French shade of green. The Green Fairy, to be precise. Britney inhales deeply as we step inside. I've read about this, but never seen it. Want to try it? I say, wagging my eyebrows. The diamond on her finger dances in confirmation. We take 2 bar stools and face the timeless bartender. His eyes assess us quickly before breaking into a big smile. I have a suspicion, he says in a delightful accent, that congratulations are in order. We both nod like schoolchildren. Then you must get a kiss from Z Green Fairy herself. To my astonishment, Britney actually claps her hands together like a little girl at a circus show. I'm not too far behind her. The man knows how to put on a show. With dexterous fingers, he places 2 sturdy rock glasses in front of us with tiny spoons lying next to each. Straddling across the top of the glasses, he adds a strange implement, a flattened spoon with diamond-shaped holes cut into it. On top of the flat surface, he then places a blindingly white sugar cube. Lastly, he adds another rock glass to each of our settings filled with crystal clear water. Then, with much pomp and circumstance, he whips behind him and takes hold of one of the thick green bottles that stand at attention, just waiting for their time. He pours us each a healthy serving of the viscous emerald liquid. It drenches the sugar cube, and I smell something heady, and already I feel a slight buzz. Probably from the thought of drinking absinthe, rather than the smell itself. Finally, he produces an elegant lighter with a curved neck. With one flick, the flame comes to life and begins to lower it towards Britney's glass when he stops. "Make a wish, mademoiselle," he says. It's sultry and enticing, and my fiancée smiles nervously under his gaze. "Oh, oui," she breathes, and I wonder if I've missed something. But before I can think any further, he touches the flame to the cube, and an eerie green-blue flame erupts. He does the same for mine, and we watch, transfixed, as the cube morphs and melts under the flames. As it does, the sugar drips into the mini green ocean in the glass below it. A minute or so passes before the cube is entirely gone, its components now part of the drink. With a flourish, the bartender whips away the flattened sugar cube holders and indicates we are to stir our drinks with our tiny spoons. We do so, followed by mixing some water from the other rock glasses. Britney attends to her drink like a science experiment, but I am much more enamored of watching her. At last, the drinks are ready, and we clink them together, give the bartender a nod of approval, and we drink. It tastes ancient, like roots and licorice or fennel. It's hard to place, but it's an old flavor. I can feel craftsmanship in it. I can also sense that a few of these really would make you think you are seeing the Green Fairy. Britney's eyes light up at it, and she giggles as she finishes it. I take longer on my own, sipping it, letting its complex flavors trickle down my throat. It's a perfect way to end our first day in Paris. I don't remember much of the walk home. Somehow, we make it though, stumbling a little from fatigue, booze, and the dizziness of the day. Falling into our room, we both fall asleep in a heap. And though I rue the fact that we don't make love, there's a happiness in the room that makes up for it. Besides, that absinthe is no joke. The next morning dawns clear and bright, and to my amazement, I feel no ill effects from our tango with the infamous cocktail. After a lazy breakfast of croissants and piping hot and strong coffee, we head out, ready to take on the sights. With Britney, it's easy. She's up for anything, simply wanting to soak up all that's around her. Having secured timed tickets to the Louvre, we ooh and ah at the priceless treasures and nudge our way through the crowd to see the alarmingly small Mona Lisa. Her enigmatic face shines out at us, and I swear there's a small wink in her expression just to me. I can almost imagine what she's saying. "Nice acting job, fella. You sure fooled a lot of people. Maybe even yourself?" I turn from her and admire the other masterworks while Britney listens to the audio guide. She smiles at me absently, and again I wonder at my luck at securing this arrangement in seemingly record time. Is that really all it is? You won't admit anything further. Vacations can do that, though. They can create a false sense of the carefree. Nothing is real when you're on vacation, including feelings. Everything is saturated with freedom, with excess. Of course, Britney is magical here. It's Paris, but I can't delude myself. Back home in the States, will it be another matter? My head and my heart are at odds on this question, and I decide to ignore it. If I'm acting, I'm terrific at it, maybe even better at it than being a surgeon. There's no point dissecting it now. I'm having too good a time. Just be in the moment. How many chances do you get? After a small lunch at a cafe near the Louvre, we wander about some more. Having no destination seems to be the way we prefer to sightsee. No guidebooks, no agenda. Just following our own hearts and minds. Well, to some extent. A small side street opens up as we walk along a main road, and Britney turns down it, her finger beckoning me to follow. I can't resist. An enclave of shops greet us. From one emanates a strong cheese smell. From another, men's fashions, sleek and beautifully tailored. Yet another sells soft felt hats and, yes, even the iconic beret. Brittany rushes into the hat store, and when I enter, she twirls to face me, a raspberry beret perched jauntily on her head. "Do I look French enough for you?" she says, striking a very angular pose. We both laugh and I kiss her, my arm arcing around her waist, fitting there perfectly. Like we were made for each other. She melts into me, and for a second, everything suspends. There's only her and me. No problems back home, no obligations, no pressing concerns. What I wouldn't give to stay here a little longer. A beeping car outside breaks the moment, and we separate, still laughing, but now on the other side of what I perceive to be one of those rare, magical moments. Thanking the shop owner, we skip out, trailing along the street some more. As we approach the middle of the strip of shops, I see a battered door. An equally battered shingle hangs above it, reading, "Library." Bookstore. The whiff of old binding glue and age-worn pages seeps under the door, and I can't resist. I love old books. We head inside, dust and dark corners beckoning. Brittany wanders down one aisle while I take another. Everything is in French, and I have no intention of buying a thing, but just being here is yet another wonderful experience. All those words, all that lived experience are housed in these stories and entries. The air feels muted, suspended in time. Reaching the end of the row, I turn the corner and start to head up the other small aisle when I see it. Tossed on a pile of books that look like they are about to be shelved, but someone stopped halfway. It's a newer book. Newish. And while still in French, I know exactly what it is. Judging from the looks of it, it hasn't been here long, and it won't be here much longer. Making sure Brittany isn't about, I take the book to the wizened bookseller who sits behind a high and well-loved desk. An old cash machine with endless rows of buttons makes a tremendous racket as he rings up my purchase. Hastily, I pay him, hoping Brittany doesn't hear or see the transaction. Slipping the book into my pocket, I turn just in time to see Brittany appear from behind a stack. "Find something?" she asks, her head tilted to the side. "No, just getting some change," I say. Just then, the light from the afternoon sun streaks in through the dusty front window. Its rays kiss and daub Brittany's exquisite skin, making her appear as if she's glowing. A small growl of wonder burbles in my throat. Admit it. You might be falling for her, and no one would blame you. Look at her. I think I might be falling for this woman, who I am to marry, but promise to have no feelings for. The book sits heavy in my pocket waiting. "Ready to go?" she asks. Finding my voice, I reach out and take her hand. I take this beautiful creature's hand. "Sure am," I reply.
Chapter 22. Britney. Stepping into my classroom, a place I've long associated with good feelings, a steady, calming spot that, while challenging at times, always brought me back to what is most important to me: work, learning, and my ambition. Today, however, it feels gray and bleak, bleached of color and spark. After all, nothing could compare to the suffused colors and scents of Paris. It felt otherworldly there, an escape. But isn't that the sign of a great vacation? Sure, and I'm willing to concede that there will be some measure of sadness at getting back into the reality of my life after such a magical few days, but not this bad. Setting down my bag and powering on the PC that sits at the front of the lecture hall, I feel my innards slouch and slump within me. This is more than a simple case of after-vacation blues. It's because the man I might be head over heels in love with isn't real. I mean, he's real. Tangible flesh and blood. Believe me, I know that. But his feelings are walled off, hidden, behind an elaborate game of make-believe. It's all fake. It's like the best forgery in the world. Only an expert could tell that it's fake. And I'm the expert. It's not real, and I might have tried to convince myself of its authenticity. So, yeah, coming back to reality lands on me with a resounding thud. The day passes somehow, but it is obscured by this miasma I can't seem to shake. I can hear words leaving my mouth. My ears hear the questions of my students, and somehow I form answers to those questions, but I couldn't tell you a thing about it. There are no edges to anything. It's all fuzzy and indistinct. Somehow I make it through the day, which I would celebrate as a victory, except I can't summon up the feeling. Everything just feels dulled and worn. After work, I stop by my place and grab the small collection of bags and a box or two and drive over to Rufo's. Tonight I'm moving in, so to speak. Or at least, that's what we think we're doing. But I'm not ready to give it all up just yet. I may have thrown caution to the winds back in Paris, but here I need my own space as a kind of life raft. Something that will ground me if things get rocky. Given the way I've felt all day, it is a good decision. That's it? Rufo greets me as I bring everything into his place in only 2 trips. I can't quite tell if he's annoyed at me for bringing so little as it might not be convincing enough, or if there's another reason. Correction. I'm hoping he's disappointed that I'm not moving in because he's in love with me. But I can't let myself go down that road. It's too painful, not to mention scary. I decide to play it cool. Oh, I can go back at any old time for the rest. This is just a start. Figured we'd do the big stuff later. He seems satisfied by this and helps me bring everything from the foyer into the living room and bedroom. As I unpack what little I've brought, I try to become, as much as I hate to say this, philosophical. So what if it's all fake? Is it really such a bad fate? Rufo is such a good actor. We will both buy it with time, won't we? One consolation. If it all fails to convince me, at least I have the memories of Paris. Something I can treasure forever. Rufo's voice calls from downstairs. B? When did he start calling me B? And why do I like it so much? Yes? You ready to go soon? Oh, right. I'd forgotten. We are going to the hospital to meet his family. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Move into the fake fiancé's house and meet his family on the same night. Sure, that doesn't sound overwhelming at all. Swallowing hard, I reply down the stairs. Yup. Give me 5 minutes. A quick touch-up of lip gloss, check the hair, and take some deep breaths. That's all I can do in 5 minutes. The angst will just have to catch up with me, which I have no doubt it will do. We arrive at the hospital, and I try not to gag on the antiseptic smell of the hallways. I'm not a fan of these places, especially since the last time I was in one, I was dealing with Aunt Felicia's death. Sliding my best Miss America face into position, Rufo escorts me into a large private suite. An old man who clearly was formidable in his heyday and still commands the room, sits with his back against a bank of pillows. At his side is a woman I can only presume is Rufo's mother. She carries a lot of his features, but softer and less angular. Another woman drifts nearby, and in the shadow, a man hunches over a cell phone, its glow the only way I even knew he was there. Cries of greeting flare up and then die quickly as they take me in. Rufy! Rufo. Look who got his ass over here. If this shakes Rufo, he doesn't show it. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Britney. Britney, meet my mother Elisa, my sister Natalie. Skulking in the corner is my brother Carl, and of course, my grandfather Rufus. I nod and wave weakly, trying like hell to remember names and faces. Britney is my fiancée. There's a noticeable shift in the atmosphere, like Rufo rearranged some molecules. Then a collective gasp. Suddenly, his mother's arms are reaching for me, and I'm entangled in an awkward hug. Welcome to the family, she squeaks. Her voice is thin and watery, hardly inspiring like Rufo or the grandfather who now wears a large grin. Next, the questions. When? Where? Tell us everything. With a mix of answers between myself and Rufo, we managed to tell them the basics. We will be married this coming Sunday in a very simple ceremony, and there will be no reception. Just a small dinner after the ink is dried on the marriage certificate. Another flurry of voices and exclamations follow, and my head spins around on my neck, trying, politely, to answer each question. It's a losing battle. I'm grateful for the booming voice that breaks through the chaos. Britney, come sit next to an old man and allow him to formally introduce himself. The grandfather calls across the room. Normally, I'm not one to jump at the beck and call of an old white man, but this time it seems like he's doing me a favor. Sitting gingerly in the seat Rufo's mother has vacated, I keep my back straight and my voice even. Tell me about yourself, he says. It's not a command per se, and he says it with a large grin on his face, so I'm happy to oblige. What would you like to know? Well, in my day, it was name, rank, and serial number. You got anything like that? I laugh. This guy may have put an impossible ultimatum before Rufo, but at least he's funny. I tell him everything he wants to know. My job, where I live, my ambitions. I stop short in revealing my own reasons for marrying his grandson so fast, but he doesn't pry. Finally, Rufus reaches over and pats my hand. His eyes, tired but alert, swim over to Rufo. Got yourself a good one, Rufo. Suddenly, Rufo's mother is beside me, her hand on my shoulder. Tell me how you two met. I'm so excited. Rufo and I exchanged the briefest of glances before reciting the well-rehearsed version of events. We met on a double date. True. Months ago. Not so true. And it was an instant connection. Not going to examine that one so closely. Elisa, having heard all this, seems satisfied and pulls out her cell phone to begin making calls. There's no going back now. The extended Gunninger clan is about to be put on notice. Slowly, she and Rufo's sister drift from the room to get more privacy to make calls. Carl stays rooted in his corner. After she leaves, I turn back to Rufus. For someone in critical condition, he seems quite healthy. He's not going to run a marathon anytime soon, but he doesn't seem to be hovering at death's door either. I'm not a doctor, though. So what do I know? We continue an amiable conversation. He is bright, alert, and, dare I say, charming. An hour later, a doctor appears to check vitals, so I take the opportunity to get some air. I'm glad I've met everyone, but it was exhausting to say the least. As I stand up, Rufo calls after me. I'll stay with Grandpa a little longer, if that's okay. Sure, I say, happy for a moment alone. Outside the wing where Rufus is lying is a small garden featuring medicinal plants and herbs. Adorable little hand-painted signs pop up at various points. The evening is just starting to give way to night, but there are small lamps along the way, and I follow these, letting my mind unspool for a moment. The air is crisp but welcoming. Turning a corner, I bend down to examine one of the small signs when I hear two voices. One I recognize, small and watery. The other I don't, but I soon realize it belongs to Natalie, Rufo's sister. Can't believe it. He actually found someone, Elisa says with wonder and a touch of victory in her voice. Huh, Golden Boy does it again, Natalie snorts. Now, Nats, just be happy our plan is working. It just took some persuasive nudging, that's all. You mean fabricating the extent of Gramps' illness and convincing a medical professional that he's on death's door? Natalie harumphs. Elisa tisks before responding. Yes, that. Look, we're all grateful he's not going to die anytime soon, and the company is fine as well. And we got what we wanted. Rufo will finally be married. It's a win for everyone. Everything around me drops by about 10 degrees. Is this true? Did I hear them right? Skipping into a dark patch of trees near the end of the garden so I won't be spotted. I try to sort out my thoughts. If what they said is true, Rufo has been duped. And he's about to marry someone because of that lie. Worst of all, if he finds out it's all a lie, will he still marry me? The night falls all around me, just as mysterious as my questions.
Chapter 23. Rufo. Grandpa's eyes are dimming and getting droopy. Tonight he was in rare form, having been energized by Britney's presence and our news. I'm glad we could bring him that. He seemed to really perk up and enjoy himself. Funny thing is that I can't quite recall the last time he and I had such an easy rapport with each other. Conversation flowed without awkward pauses or tension-filled pauses. I didn't feel that I was failing him at every turn. Instead, he and I chatted easily about how Britney and I met, our future plans. I kept this vague, and our wedding plans. He took it all in until I could see that his energy began to flag. I'm gonna get going, I think. Been a minute since I've seen my bride, I say quietly, giving his leg a pat. Don't let her out of your sight, she's a catch, he replies, giving me a wink. Giving him a smile, I get up to leave, dimming the lights of his room. I'm not sure when Carl got up and left, but the room is now empty. Stopping at his door, I turn back to say goodnight. You did good, Rufo. I'm proud of you, Grandpa says, his voice getting slurry. A strange feeling floods my chest. Is that what it's like to feel appreciated by someone who has long discounted you? Can I be proud of his pride in me? Gulping down the sudden emotion, I merely croak out a thank you and leave, heading into the glaring fluorescent lights of the hallway. Britney is nowhere to be found. I wander the halls for a few minutes before heading out to the medicinal garden. Night is now fully upon us, and the garden is bathed in silvery bubbles of light from the lanterns that dot the pathways. The scent of earth and new plants permeates the air. There's no sign of Britney, though. For a few moments I don't see anyone and worry she's left. I think about heading to the parking lot when I spot the outline of a figure in the darkness. Could be a trick of the light, but I decide to investigate anyway. I'm glad I do. There, sitting on a bench in the near darkness, I find Britney. Her head is bent low and she looks deep in thought. Hey, I say, taking in the sights? She starts and I instantly regret being so casual. Whoa, I'm sorry, you okay? Oh, sorry, yeah. Her eyes dart about in the darkness, two tiny pinpoints catching the light. Suddenly, like a balloon losing air, she sinks into herself and her facade crumbles. She's conflicted about something. No, I'm not okay. Inside, something physically hurts. I can't bear to see her hurt. What is it? I ask as I slide in to sit next to her. My arms want to pull her to me, but something in me says to give her space. You know I'm not one for dramatics, she begins. Yeah. It's one of the first things I noticed about you, I affirm. She shrugs in acknowledgement and continues. And I know I just met your family, and they seem nice and all, but I overheard something maybe I should not have. I don't prod and instead wait for her to continue. As I sat out here, I heard your mother and sister talking. I heard... She turns to me and looks me full in the face. Something in her calcifies and she speaks to me in a new tone, steady and sure. Your grandfather isn't as sick as they've made out. He's not going to die anytime soon. The business is not as bad as they've painted. In fact, everything is going to be fine. Apparently this whole thing is a ploy just to get you married. I'm not sure why they would go to such lengths, but there you are. At first, I'm not sure I'm hearing her right, but her gaze is steady and slowly the words sink in. It was all a ruse, a complicated plot to get me to settle down. The big question is, now what? I can't answer that question just yet, but I do know one thing. My family lied to me. Anger sizzles within me and I stand up quickly. Wait here, I say, my voice grumbling out of my throat. Britney reaches out and takes me by the hand. Rufo, no, please, it's okay, don't worry about it, She trails off. Is she about to say we should call it all off? I'm not ready to face what is supposed to happen on Sunday. Right now, all I can think about is the next 5 minutes. I'll be back soon. I promise it'll be fine. Before she can stop me, I head back into the hospital and to my grandfather's room. There, I find my mother and sister sitting quietly near his bed. He's fully asleep now, and I'm grateful that it's likely he will not hear what's about to happen. Would anyone like to tell me what's really going on around here? I ask, keeping my voice commanding without being loud. My mother looks up in surprise, but I notice Natalie has here we go expression on her face. Natalie may not be talented at much, but she's always ready to identify when something unpleasant is about to happen. My mother's eyes dart about like a trapped animal, but she gamely asks anyway. What are you talking about, Rufy? No games, Mom. I know what's going on. It's all a lie. Grandpa's sick, but not death's door sick. The company isn't about to tank, and all of this is some elaborate plot to control my life. Admit it, and I might be able to find it in me to forgive you at some point. Immediately, the waterworks start. It's the superpower my mother always has, and usually it works on me. Not today. This is my life she's meddling with. Natalie says nothing. Rufy, it's not like that, my mother begins, but changes tactics when I give her a withering stare. All right, maybe a bit like that, but it's only because we want the best for you and the best for me. Why don't you let me decide that? I have never wanted to get married. Never. And now I am under duress. You have no idea what I've had to do to make this happen. Never in my life did I think I would be tied to a woman. But congrats, Mom! You made it happen! My mother collapses into a chair, covering her face. Natalie says nothing, but she looks at her shoes, which tells me there seems to be some sort of regret there. I'll take it. There are a few moments where no one says a thing, and the only sound in the room are the machines of Grandpa's machines and my measured breathing. I'm so sorry, Rufy. We just wanted what was best for your happiness. We never meant to hurt you. Strangely, though, now that I've said these words and my mother has apologized, a calm overtakes me. What my family did was wrong, and it could have ended terribly. But the truth is, I met the woman of my dreams. There, I've said it. At least to myself. My mouth opens, and now, it seems, I'm about to say it out loud. Okay, Mom, I get it. And you know what? You don't have to worry about me anymore. Because I'm going to be happy. Despite it all, despite your crazy shenanigans, a miracle has occurred. My mother and sister look at me with curious eyes. Britney Hale is the love of my life, and I never would have found her if you hadn't cooked up this whole thing. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to thank you or not. Maybe when this all blows over, I'll make a decision about that. I look at them both, and they're both slack-jawed with shock. But I'm not ready to make them comfortable just yet. What they did was wrong, and I won't forget it anytime soon, but it did put a fire under me, and I opened myself up to meet someone that will make my life complete. And I'm actually ready and willing to tell people about it. Most of all, Britney. She said we can't have feelings for each other, but I can't hide it anymore. She needs to know. Maybe that will change her mind about it all. Maybe she'll change her mind, but I can't ignore it. Oh, Rufy, I'm so happy for you. She's wonderful. More than I could have dreamed, my mother says, wringing her customary tissue. I feel a confidence sweep through me. It's out of the bottle now. Yes, she is. And now I have to tell her that. I sweep out of the room before they can question me on it. They don't know how much of a ruse we were preparing to pull on them. And they don't deserve to know. But Britney needs to know the genuine feelings I have for her. No more lies. No more elaborate schemes. Just Britney and I creating a whole new life. Together. The halls are predictably empty at this time as visiting hours are drawing to a close. With quick steps, I bang through the hospital double doors and head into the garden once more. Soon enough, I come to the bench where I left Britney and it's empty. Maybe she went for a walk? It's certainly not been an easy evening for her, so I can understand her needing to blow off some steam. After walking the whole length of the garden, however, I start to worry. She's nowhere to be found. "Britney," I call out. Nothing. The need to confess my feelings to her is slightly overtaken by worry. Where did she go? Pulling my keys from my pocket, I head quickly to the parking lot.
Chapter 24. Britney. Getting to Vanessa's house was complicated, made even more so by the fact that my brain was in a total fog, my emotions and thoughts threatening to break me down every second. It was only by sheer will that I was able to keep it together. After all, I didn't exactly want to pour out my feelings to the rideshare driver that I called from the hospital garden. I don't remember the ride back to Rufo's, but I sprang out of the car and dove into my own car, sitting in the driveway in the hopes that I would avoid meeting Rufo there. I could tell my driver was alarmed when I pulled my car out right behind him as he left. He's probably seen a lot more craziness in his line of work. Peeling out, I somehow go on automatic pilot and drive to Vanessa's place. Pulling up, I'm dismayed to see the whole place is dark. "No, not tonight. I need you right now, V." I mumble to myself as I pull into a space. There's no answer at her door, and while I'm not surprised, I can't let it go. I can't go back to Rufo's, and I can't face the lonely cavern of my own apartment. Standing on Vanessa's doorstep, I pull out my phone and navigate to my favorites. Her cheery face, smiling up at me from a girls' weekend trip an impossibly long time ago, beams up at me. I hit the call button. She picks up on the third ring. "Hey, babe, what's up?" Swallowing, I try to keep my voice steady. "Hey, where are you?" She instantly knows something is wrong. "I'm at Gerald's. What's going on? Are you in trouble?" Not exactly, but I could use your help." "Where are you?" Sighing, I sit down on her front stoop. "Your house." There's a shuffling on the end of the line. "Stay there. I'll be right over." She hangs up and I lean back against the columns, framing her front door. 20 minutes tick by at a molasses pace, but eventually I see the headlights of her car pulling into her space out front. She bounds out of her car and stands before me. "Oh my, looks like we need to chat. Let's go in." She unlocks her door and we head inside. The comforting smell of all things, Vanessa helps me keep most of my despair at bay for a moment. But I know it's there, lurking and waiting to overtake me. Vanessa heads into her kitchen and rifles around in her fridge while I plop onto her love seat. I've sat here so many times there should be a plaque on it. How many movies have we watched here together? How many stories have we exchanged about our trials and tribulations in the romance department? How many hilarious tales have we exchanged about disastrous blind dates? Going to add the biggest doozy of them all to the pile. I think glumly to myself as Vanessa returns with 2 glasses and a bottle of rosé. She sets the glasses down and unscrews the bottle. My hand opens and closes over the chilled glass as she practically forces it into my hand. A second later, she settles herself on the couch opposite me and gives me a once-over. "All right, spill it. What happened? Is it your family again?" I wish. That might be easier to talk about. The dam breaks and all my self-control collapses. I can't keep it up any longer. Bursting into tears, I managed to utter some sentences. "I didn't want to, but it happened, V. I fell in love with him. After I said I wouldn't, I love Rufo. And it's all a sham." Vanessa leans forward and, by some power of Vanessa magic, has a tissue in her hand which she gives to me. First of all, love is not a bad thing. Second of all, how do you know it's a sham? Haven't things been going great? Love is a bad thing if the person you love wants nothing to do with you. It's all a ruse to him. All fake. She places a steadying hand on my knee. How do you know that? It's not accusatory. Vanessa, in her infinitely practical way, is just trying to help me see the whole picture. It's one of the things I love about her the most. I heard him say it. I overheard him tell his family that he never wanted to be married, never wanted to be tied to any woman. Her face tightens in a frown. You heard him say this tonight? Yes. He didn't know I was there. I was outside his grandfather's hospital room. I was about to go in when I heard it. And then what? I ran, that's what. I couldn't bear to hear anymore. But 5, it all felt so real. I almost let myself buy the whole thing. Hook, line, and sinker. Vanessa sits back against the cushions for a few moments, thinking. So, you didn't confront him or talk to him after you heard this? I wipe my nose and eyes and look at the carpet. In a quiet voice, I reply, no, I didn't have the courage. Is her only reply. Suddenly, the specter of the wedding floats before me. What was once exciting and perhaps a little dangerous is now terrifying and debilitating. The wedding? I can't go through with it, V. I just can't. Vanessa scoots off the couch and sits in front of me on her knees, consoling me. Shh, babe. Shh. Let's take this one step at a time, okay? I am utterly unable to hear her consolations. Why would he go through with it now? He has no reason. I'm just a prop now. Nothing more. Look at me, Britt. Just look at me. Her voice is soft and focused. I obey. Now, breathe. I do. We breathe together for several moments, and I start to calm down. This isn't me. This isn't the put-together Britney who has clawed her way to be what she is today. I can't be undone by this. I just can't. There's a lot we don't know right now, and I know you heard what you heard, but let's just take this one moment at a time. Can we do that? Her eyes, so steady, look into mine, and I am able to draw strength from them. What would I do without her? Soon enough, the panic and the tears subside, taken over by Vanessa's steady calm. Nothing is resolved, but at least now I can look at it from a somewhat more even place. I have to. If I have any hope of navigating whatever I'm going to say to Rufo next. Good. You're doing great. We have a lot to talk about, and that's fine. I've got all night. Yes, we do. Amazing. Now, before we do any of that, we have some important business to attend to. Inwardly, I crumple again. Is she about to talk about canceling the lunch reservation for the after-ceremony meal? I can't face talking about that. What? I ask, weakly, dreading the answer. What pizza place and which flavor of ice cream? I stare at her dumbly for a few moments before I comprehend what she's asking. Her mouth is locked into a crooked grin, and as if on cue, we both burst into laughter. No one takes care of me like she does. That's easy. Pizza paradise and cookies and cream. Done. Vanessa leaps up from the couch and grabs her phone to start placing orders. I sit back in the seat, sipping my wine, trying to grasp it all. I'm calmer now, that's for sure, but the whole situation falls like sand through my fingers each time I try and grasp it. A half hour later, Vanessa's living room smells like hot pizza. We eat it straight from the box and have managed to polish off one bottle of wine and have broken out another. I pour my heart out to her, telling her about Paris and how Rufo might be the best actor in the world and how we were going to make it so convincing for everyone. Everyone was going to believe it. Apparently, even me. V is a constant, always listening and nodding and affirming my words. She lets me spin it all out. She doesn't try to justify or convince or counsel. For that, I'm grateful. After the pizza is all but eaten and our fingers are sticky from the ice cream, also eaten straight from the tub, I feel the wine's effects dragging me into sleep. Standing up from the couch, her gait a little wobbly, V extends her hand to me. Come on, sleepyhead. Time for Betty buys. All right, Mama V, I slur, happy to realize my frayed nerves have been dulled with wine, bad food, and good friendship. The best part is that I expect to sleep soundly. Giggling, we manage to shed our clothes and put on old shorts and shirts and fall into V's bed. It's soft and squishy, and I sink immediately into a deep sleep. The sound of a blender wakes me up. It's followed by the waft of freshly brewed coffee and something else. Is that the smell of eggs? I can't figure it out. Vanessa is many things, but a cook is not one of them. Does she even know how to make eggs? Also, this is getting ridiculous. She can't wait on me hand and foot. I'm sure there are a lot of other places she'd like to be, other than in bed with her best friend. Her boyfriend's place, perhaps? A dull, thudding headache and the rush of yesterday's events place their heavy hand on my head and heart as I pull back the covers and amble into the kitchen to investigate. V, I call as I head down the hall. V, you gotta stop spoiling me like... My words die on my tongue as I confront the person standing at the stove cooking breakfast. That's not Vanessa, it's Rufo.
Chapter 25. Rufo. I didn't expect her to be up this early. I'd really hoped to wow her with the works. Breakfast in bed, a vase with a flower in it. All the ways I could say, I'm sorry you overheard the worst part of something you weren't meant to hear, and I didn't actually mean. Too late for that now. Oh, hey there, do you like omelets? You strike me as someone who likes omelets, I say, somewhat sheepishly as the blender judders to a stop. The kitchen smells pretty amazing, but I really shouldn't be basking and feeling good about myself. Turns out I'm probably so far in the doghouse, I'll be lucky to ever see the light of day again. Britney looks hopelessly cute. Baggy shorts, a boxy gray t-shirt, and her hair is a glorious crown of bedhead. But seeing her also breaks my heart. I can tell she's been crying and her shoulders are slumped with defeat. I did that to her. I made her feel this way. And that's the opposite of what I want to make her feel each and every day. What? Where's Vanessa? Britney says, looking around in confusion. Good. Maybe the anger hasn't caught up to her yet. I may still have time to head it off at the pass. Come, sit. I'll fix you some coffee, I say, patting at the high cafe chairs at the long bank of the kitchen counters. Amazingly, Britney complies, her head still a bit shaky. In a flash, I place a mug of steaming coffee before her, along with the cream and sugar. With unsteady hands, she begins to fix it, her eyebrows still wrinkled in confusion. She's not here right now. Went back to Gerald's. Was kind enough to let me use the kitchen. And stuff, I say, vaguely gesturing to the messy stove and countertops. I really wish I could have cleaned up. I didn't want Britney to see all this. She says nothing in response, but simply sits there, expecting more. Fumbling with the words, I check that the eggs aren't going to burn, and then I look at Britney square in the face. When I couldn't find you at the hospital last night, I went driving around until I ended up here. Vanessa wouldn't even let me in at first. Britney looks down, swirling her spoon slowly through the creamy liquid now, a golden retriever color. She made me stay on her stoop for almost half an hour. She would only talk to me from her front door. Well, talk isn't the right word exactly. More like berated. And she was right. About all of it. Right about what? Britney's whole demeanor is tentative, like she's not sure if she can trust me. Fair. Because you overheard something that wasn't right, and that I didn't mean. In fact, it's the opposite of everything I've been feeling. Nothing I'm saying is landing. I know I'm not saying it right. How else do I say what I'm going through? Shaking her head, Britney's eyes flit back up to me. What didn't you mean? That I could never be tied down. That no woman would ever be mine. Britney, The counter separates us, and it feels in that moment like an insurmountable barrier. I also realize I've been clutching Vanessa's plastic spatula in my hand this whole time. I feel like an idiot. Placing it down, I come around to the other side of the counter and take the seat next to Britney. Her eyes have grown steely. They've gone from incomprehension to distrust. Not a good sign. I have to be convincing now, or it might all be over. The thought of losing her now clamps at my chest, and I realize I'm taking in frightened, shallow breaths. Sitting beside her, I force myself to take one deep breath. Thankfully, she lets me and waits for me to speak. How did I ever come to deserve this woman? Britney, what you overheard wasn't the whole story. And it's absolutely not the way I feel. My family did force my hand, but it only sped up what I was already feeling. I tried to deny it. I tried to honor your request, but I just can't. Britney's head lowers and she chuckles sadly to herself. My request. I can't do it, Britney. I love you. I can't stop these feelings. I tried. The arrangement helped, but as I got more and more into it, I realized I wasn't acting. It was never fake. Not to me. Can you believe that? It's not rhetorical. I need her to believe that all I feel is real, that it's been real since Paris, before maybe. The timeline is muddled in my brain. The feelings, however, are solid. Slowly, her head raises and her eyes connect with mine. Deep brown pools of love and deep feeling. Her mouth parts and I can tell she wants to say something, but the words don't arrive. Britney, I never thought I could be married to anyone. But that was before I met you, because you are not anyone. You are you, and I can't imagine my life without you. So, can you? Will you marry me? For real this time? There, I said it. My Hail Mary, all on the line. She takes in a sharp breath and her eyes fill with tears. I want to fold her in my arms, take away whatever pain she is feeling, but a second later, I realize I've misread it all. She's not feeling pain, but something else entirely. Rufo, you have no idea. She breathes in a shuddering sob before continuing. You have no idea how much I wanted to hear those words and how much I wanted to say them back. I regret my stupid little walls, my stupid rules, all of it. I just want to be with you. Yes, just yes. A feeling like none other permeates every part of me. To hear that she loves me. Britney Hale loves me and has been waiting to hear me say it fills me with an indescribable joy. My arms open and I take this incredible woman against my chest. We are both crying now. Tears of joy and release from the pent-up feelings of the past 12 hours. How close I was to losing her. Oh my God. You have no idea how happy this makes me, I say into her messy hair. She smells like lilac and flowers. I think I do, she whispers into my chest. I really think I do. We stay like this for some time until I smell something burning. The eggs, I exclaim, hopping from the chair and skipping around to the stove. Pulling them off the burner, I try to salvage what I can with the spatula. Britney, sniffing and wiping tears from her face, laughs as I scrape what I can onto 2 plates. Not my best, but edible perhaps, I say, placing a plate before her. I then get to work pouring smoothies. They are deep purple and filled with frozen berries I found in Vanessa's freezer. At least, I couldn't mess those up. Britney takes a bite of the eggs and closes her eyes in feigned ecstasy. The best, she murmurs between bites. I wave my spatula at her, a small piece of egg flying in her direction. Shrieking, she ducks before coming back to face me, her eyes sparkling. Settling down beside her, we eat our eggs for a few moments in contented silence. Preview of what's to come. Lazy Saturday mornings, flinging eggs at each other? Sign me up. The eggs are soon devoured, and I tip back the dregs of the smoothie. Placing it down, I turn to her. So guess we have to retool this whole wedding thing. We have time now, at least. No, Britney says, and I can't tell if she is faking being shocked or is actually shocked. No, Rufo, I want to get married this Sunday. But don't you want a big wedding now? We can still make that happen. Isn't that every girl's dream? She side-eyes me for a moment before answering. Not every girl's dream, no. If you want to know what my dream is, why don't you ask me? I pull my chair closer to her and put my hand on her upper thigh. Her skin feels smooth and warm. Oh, a girl who knows what she wants. I like that. All right, Miss Hale, what is it that you want? She leans in and gives me a small peck on my nose. I smell the berries from the smoothie, fresh and fruity. What I want is to be married to you. As soon as possible. I don't need anything fancy. Just you and me and whatever the law requires. Because I can't wait that long. Her voice dips and dives into her lowest register, and it's hot as all hell. I can feel everything in me begin to stir. What is it you want, Dr. Surgeon of mine? I could get used to her calling me that. What I want, I reply, kissing her on the nose, is the exact same thing, because turns out I can't wait that long either. I give her a tiny, tiny kiss on the lips. A brush. It sends sparks through us both. Sunday it is, then, she says back, and we circle our arms around each other. The kissing starts as the chaos of our makeup breakfast stands idly by. Not a bad way to start a morning. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 26. Britney. All right. And I just need a signature from you both here and here. The overly friendly woman at the City Hall license desk chirps as she hands us each a pen. Giving each other a look, we both sign the paperwork that will issue the marriage license. With the swish of a pen, we both sign our names. Rufo gives me a wink as he hands back the paper to the woman. Scanning it quickly, she smiles. I have to hand it to her. This may be her day job, but she manages to muster enthusiasm for every nervous couple waiting in the drab room. A while back, City Hall decided to offer minimal Sunday hours for issuing licenses and performing ceremonies. It proved to be a busy and no doubt lucrative enterprise. Knots of couples, dressed in everything from over-the-top wedding gear to jeans and shorts, loiter about the unremarkable furniture. A TV mounted to the wall plays HGTV on mute. Not the most romantic, but memorable, that's for sure. Okay, doke. Everything looks to be in order. Just head on through those doors there. Any guests and witnesses can meet you there. From that room, you'll be escorted to the judge's chambers. Any questions? We both shake our heads, a little bowled over by this woman's unfailing cheeriness. Okay then. Here are some coupons and freebies we give all couples. And from me and everyone here at City Hall, congratulations. She hands us a small plastic bag full of various flyers, coupons, and samples from local businesses. It's very cute, but very odd. We thank her and move through the door to her left. As we pass through it, I hear her summon the next couple to her window. the same enthusiasm filling the room. "That was something," Rufo says, grinning. "Hey, it's a good sign," I say, squeezing his hand. He squeezes back. We have entered an entirely different room. This one is more upmarket, older, and definitely more in keeping with a wedding ceremony atmosphere. Warm wooden wainscoting lines the walls, while sturdy leather chairs, the type you typically see in old men's clubs, are scattered throughout. Other than that, the room is largely empty. This room is the definition of the words waiting and room. Rufo and I look at each other, and I admire him in the quiet before the storm. He is wearing a slate gray suit with a light blue shirt and no tie. It makes his eyes sparkle. Brown leather shoes complete the look. He's gorgeous and about to be mine. As for me, I'm feeling beautiful. A simple lace dress in off-white with cap sleeves and a high neck drapes down my curves to an asymmetrical hem. Buttery yellow shoes give me a pop of color. A single white peony is tucked behind my ear. "Can I just say," Rufo says, pulling me towards him, "you look incredible?" I laugh, letting myself be enveloped in his hug. I was just thinking how good we looked. That's why we are perfect for each other, I guess," he murmurs, before leaning in to give me a tiny kiss. I pull away. Not yet. Ink's not dry yet. I tease, whirling away. He groans and starts to chase after me when a door on the opposite side of the room opens and our guests arrive. Vanessa leads the charge, wearing a muted green number that reaches to her knees. Rust-red shoes with vicious pointy toes click on the hardwood floor as she opens her arms to embrace me. "Almost there," she exclaims, taking me into a deep hug. I want to lose myself in it, but my eyes flutter open over her shoulder, and I spy Rufo's family coming into the room behind Gerald. Carl and his wife Tara, Will and Rufus, who is looking snazzy in a suit, his hair combed. He gives me a wide smile as Natalie brings up the rear. As always, she looks slightly annoyed to be there. It's a tad awkward, given that they cooked up this whole scenario, but I suppose I should be grateful. Without their meddling, Rufo may have dragged his feet, or worse. Elisa, wearing navy, shyly stands behind Vanessa, waiting for our hug to end. When it does, she steps forward. "Britney, I realize our path here has been odd, but I hope that we can become a family. A real one." I regard her and realize she only wants her son to be happy, as do I. It's something we can all agree on. She's not a bad person, just someone who might have too much time on their hands. I open my arms to her. "Thank you. I hope so too." Elisa lets out the breath she's been holding and returns the hug. Strange to think I'm about to have a mother that might actually care about me for me, and not for what inheritance I have. The sudden thought of not having any family here to celebrate this big occasion fills me with a stab of pain, but I have no time to wallow in it. A second later, another door opens. How many are in here? And a clerk steps out. "Gunninger Hale, the judge is ready for you." The room gets quiet as we all file into the next room. It's cavernous, like the waiting room, but this room is clearly used for something other than loitering. A large desk in deep mahogany stands at one end, festooned by state and national flags. At the other end, a small lectern stands atop a plush blue carpet. It is here that the judge is waiting, a rotund black man in his official robes. I immediately like him. He, like the woman in the City Hall office, is wearing a huge smile, and I get the distinct feeling this is the best part of his job. "Welcome, everyone," the judge says, his deep baritone bouncing off the wood walls. "Come, find a seat. There should be enough for everyone." Small seats are arrayed near the lectern, and soon enough, everyone has found a place. Gerald and Vanessa, our witnesses, stand to the side, while Rufo and I take our positions on either side of the judge. Opening a binder, he examines it for a few moments. Going for the simple and elegant, I see. One of my favorites, the judge says in a lower volume, giving us a smile that is meant for us only. Thank you, Your Honor, I reply. Rufo gives me a smile. I know I'm being overly officious, but my Aunt Felicia taught me well. Another stab to the heart. She is not here to see this, and yet, she was the one who put this whole thing in motion. She has to be watching. Somehow. The judge's face settles, and he looks at both of us in turn. Are you ready? Rufo takes a big breath in, and for a terrifying second, I convince myself he's going to back out. He's going to blanch and run, leaving me a bewildered mess in front of a judge I just met and his entire family. More than ever, Rufo says, and relief pours through me. At my reaction, Rufo tilts his head to the side. Did you think I'd say something else? Not at all, my love, I say back, meaning every damn word. All right then. Let's get this going, the judge says. He clears his throat, and when he opens it again, he fills the room with an official-sounding bellow that speaks of years running a courtroom. Friends and family, we welcome you here on this joyous day to bring together this man and this woman in the bonds of marriage. His words blend and morph into a pleasing hum. It's not that he's boring me. It's just that I am staring so intently at Rufo's face that I don't hear the vowels or the consonants. Just the up and down cadence of what I presume are words of encouragement, reassurance, and gravity. Rufo appears to be doing the same thing. Holding hands, his eyes drink me in. Those deep blue pools sparkle and smile at me. His angular jaw appearing to be chiseled out of granite. How did I get so lucky? I think to myself. As if in answer, he squeezes my hand. It's then that I realize I'm not paying attention. Repeat after me, the judge is saying. I, Britney Hale. Embarrassed, I repeat. I, Britney Hale. We vow to love and keep each other, to stay at each other's side no matter what. All the words and promises that you hear at every wedding, but this time they actually apply to me. I, Britney Hale, will love, care for, and nurture this man. I will build a life with him. I will hold him close and help him when he falls, as he will do for me. What a curious and amazing thing. And now, the rings, the judge is saying. Rufo turns and looks to Gerald, who steps forward. In his hands, he holds a book. It's got a deep maroon cover and looks so inviting. I love books like that. Resting on it lies a single white peony, the scent wafting up to greet me. On the book rest 2 rings, simple bands that symbolize our unending commitment. As I stretch to take the ring I am to place on Rufo's hand, I notice the cover of the book. Is that, I ask, looking at my groom. It is. Harry Potter. In French. I bought it in Paris. I was just waiting for the right time. Tears fill my eyes. It was never fake. Not 1 minute. Even then, his love for me was real. Now I get to spend the rest of my life basking in it. Aunt Felicia was right. This is the right time. I breathe, hardly able to contain my emotions. The rings are exchanged. The judge looks at us both. He proclaims our union. And then the glorious words, "You may kiss the bride." Rufo leans in, taking my face in his hands. Our lips touch. Magic doesn't just happen in books. It's happening to me right now.
Chapter 27. Rufo, one last toast. Yes, just one more. Maybe we should hold off on the champagne. One last toast. My grandfather always gets his way. Though my mother tries to keep him to only 1 glass of champagne, He insists on milking it. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy. My brother Carl, already half in the bag, doesn't seem as much happy as just content to egg on my grandfather and drink. All right, one more, and then we have to go, my mother says gently, pouring Rufus one more glass. The table at the restaurant is littered with the remnants of dinner. It wasn't a big wedding to be sure, but we certainly had a good time. My family, along with Vanessa and Gerald, took up a small wing of the Moroccan place we had chosen. The booze flows freely, happily dispensed by the waitstaff who practically had dollar signs in their eyes. I don't care. This is all on Rufus's tab. To the happy couple, may they be fruitful and multiply. Hearing that kind of toast from your grandfather could go one of two ways, hilarious or awkward. I laughed while Britney's cheeks heated in embarrassment, the one occasion we diverged. Hooray! The table resounds, and for what seems like the 47th time that evening, we all clink glasses. Rufus's words are stirring in me, though. As much as I'd enjoyed the dinner and the sentiments, and especially the glowing adoration from a man that had intimidated and sparred with me for much of my adult life, I am ready to be alone with Britney. To be fruitful and multiply means only one thing: getting away from this restaurant and getting to our honeymoon suite. Reaching under the tablecloth, I put my hand on Britney's upper thigh. Reciprocating with a hand of her own, she brushes my crotch, causing my shaft to react instantly. I can only hope my face gives nothing away. We have to get out of here. Fortunately, everyone is tired and tipsy, so the party begins to break up. Rufus quickly signs the check, and my mother and Tara help him get out of his chair and into the car. The banalities of family dinners. I suppose I have many more to look forward to. But first, tonight. That's all I want to think about. My wedding night. A hired car is waiting for Britney and I, and we make hasty goodbyes to everyone, including sloppy promises for another family get-together soon. Vanessa and Gerald hug us and wish us a great night with plenty of winking to go around. As soon as we nestle in the muted hub of the back seat, I kiss my bride. You smell like spices and expensive wine, I say. What a great detective you are, she mumbles back, kissing me on the neck. Our hands fumble around our fancy wedding clothes, but we know we have to keep this relatively PG rated or the driver might say something. All I know is that by the time we pull up at the hotel, I'm hot and very bothered. We make our thank yous and escape into the elevator that zooms us to the honeymoon suite. When the doors open, I know it's the right choice. A sunken living room with a massive bedroom, dressing area, and yes, the most fantastic bathroom on the planet awaits. More champagne and flowers sit on the central table. This is something I have sprung for. What's a surgeon's salary but for surprising your new wife? Wow, just wow, Britney says as the door opens. Before she can take another step, I swoop down and pick her up. Traditions! I shout as I triumphantly carry her over the threshold. She laughs and bats at me as I carry her in the room and kick the door closed behind me. I feel like a superhero. You are ridiculous, she says, kissing me. Ridiculous enough to be your husband. Completely, she says, kissing me deeper and longer. Oh God, this woman. Kissing and fumbling, I stagger over to the sunken living room. It's a miracle I make it down the small steps without tripping, but I'm able to keep my balance and place Britney on the massive gray couch.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself. with Miss Tyler. Chapter 28, Britney. Look at my seat, B. It's huge. Vanessa croons from the other side of the aisle in the first-class cabin. Part of me cringes at her volume, but most of me delights in the fact that she's so excited to actually be in first class. I'm starting to get used to it, but Vanessa has never splurged on something like this, and she's long overdue. Gerald and Rufo, already lying back and enjoying the free cocktails, smile languidly at the commotion. Here we go, Vanessa whoops as the plane takes off. I settle back, watching the patchwork quilt of fields and cityscapes grow smaller and smaller as we ascend. After getting married, life took over for a minute. Rufo had a spate of long-scheduled surgeries, and I had to finish out the semester. So the honeymoon had to wait. I didn't mind. It gave us a much-needed chance to settle in and get to know each other, not just as spouses, but as friends, as lovers, and yes, roommates. So far, I've loved every minute. Now, however, we are making amends, and Vanessa and Gerald are tagging along. After all, they were instrumental in making it all work. Without them, there's no telling if I'd even be here, holding hands with my husband right now. Ah, Paris, Gerald intones, happily putting on the complimentary face mask the air attendant handed him upon boarding. That's right. We're going back to Paris. After much hemming and hawing about destinations, it kept coming back to where it all started. Besides, I want to feel those feelings again, rekindle and strengthen the bonds that brought us together. The flight is largely peaceful, but for the occasional loud exclamation from Vanessa. We touch down and load our copious bags into a cab to take us to yet another swanky and romantic hotel in the heart of the city. After adjourning to our separate rooms for some R&R, we reconvene for dinner just as the evening starts. It's summer now in Paris, and the days are hotter and more humid, but the energy in the air is still infectious and intoxicating. I am happy to not need my shawl tonight. This time around, however, I know where we are headed. Vanessa is totally in the dark, for good reason too. The minute we start walking, she peppers the three of us with questions. Where are we going? Why can't someone tell me? Why is it a state secret? By the time we arrive at the base of the Eiffel Tower, her questions have almost become hysterically over the top. Are you all against me or something? Is this a conspiracy? Is the final culmination? She stops speaking the moment she sees the tower and the exclusive entrance to the restaurant. Once again, Rufo has worked his magic, and we go whisking up the elevator past the gawking tourists. Once again, the place conjures an instant atmosphere of magic. My skin tingles as I recall the night Rufo proposed amid the popping of cell phone flashes. It may have been a ruse, but we both know and freely admit now that it wasn't. The only people we were lying to were ourselves. We just didn't know it yet. Oh, wow, Vanessa coos as the handsome waiter helps to push her chair in. Rufo quickly chooses a white wine to start that ends up tasting like bottled sunshine, and we settle in to enjoy the view. The Paris sky puts on quite a show as the robin's egg blue of the day surrenders to hazy yellows, oranges, and pinks of early evening. Off in the distance, swirls of purple and lilac signal the coming darkness. All around and below us, lights are blinking on. Like I said, magic. I hold my husband's hand to show him my appreciation. He winks back and sips his wine. Hors d'oeuvres arrive, a dizzying array of scallops, delicate greens, and bite-sized pillows of something I could not pronounce but that tastes divine. We all eat and drink merrily, each of us feeling temporarily free from our jobs and the worries back home. After that come the mains. The men tuck into steaks, cooked so well, a butter knife could cut them, while I enjoy a soul that's lighter than air. Vanessa enjoys a salmon dish. It's over the top, it's far too many calories, and it is exactly why I barely ate over the past month. I wanted to not think once it's about calories or eating well. This honeymoon is all about indulgence. Conversation flows as easily as the wine as we plan the next few days in Paris. Various destinations are proposed. Versailles, a day trip to the country to visit a vineyard, even a hot air balloon ride. There's no way we can do it all, especially not when we also want to do nothing more than lie around our luxurious hotel rooms and idle in the 5-star spa. But it's nice to dream. As we sit back in the plush chairs, the music begins to play at the other end of the room. As before, couples make their way to the dance floor. Although I'm fairly certain Vanessa doesn't sense it, the three of us exchange glances. Gerald gives each of us the smallest of nods, and I clear my throat. Oh, look, dancing. Just like when we were here last. We should dance. Rufo, dance with me. Rufo stands, easily acquiescing, as has been planned while Gerald pretends to hang back. We all know that will only motivate Vanessa all the more. Gerald, let's dance. It's so romantic up here. How many more times will we get this chance? Finally, Gerald stands and holds his hand out to Vanessa. Rufo is already leading me across the room. Quickly, the four of us settle into the knots of couples, swaying to the laconic music. The plan is working, and now all I need to do is observe. I did my part. The richness of the wine, the food, and the setting makes my body feel like it is floating, and I rest my head on Rufo's strong shoulder. He braces my back as we move in lazy circles around the floor. Orbiting Gerald and Vanessa, he gives us a wink before breaking away from Vanessa, and I know it's about to be game on. The musicians, tucked into a corner, have seen their predetermined cue, and they hush the music. The couples, blinking as they come out of their romantic stupors, stop to see what's going on. They are rewarded with yet another squeal from Vanessa, for there, in the middle of the room, kneels Gerald. A box, this one in maroon velvet, is held out before him. The diamond, surrounded by Vanessa's birthstone, emeralds, winks cheekily from its depths. Vanessa, please do me the honor of making me the happiest man alive, Gerald says, gently and sincerely, his eyes sparkling with tears. Hands to her mouth, Vanessa is temporarily speechless before nodding emphatically and stretching out her left hand to receive the ring. She looks at it for several moments before holding out her arms to Gerald. He stands and dives into her waiting arms, and they stay locked like that, while the couple surrounding them cheer and clap with delight. It never gets old, I think to myself. Each proposal represents hope, new beginnings, and the best of what is in each of us. A wave of jubilation surges through me as Rufo squeezes me tight. I am so happy for my friend. All those nights of bad dates, humiliating dinners, and broken hearts. Now, at last, she's found the man of her dreams, a good man who so obviously adores her. All is temporarily right in the world. Several minutes tick by, and Vanessa and Gerald stay glued in their happy bubble before couples begin congratulating them one by one. Soon they float their way towards us, and Vanessa is all smiles. I hug her tightly, so glad to share in this moment. She returns the hug and then pushes me back, suspicion on her face. Wait, did you all know about this? I try my best to keep my poker face on, but it's no use. I open my mouth wide and make a "can you blame me" face, and she hugs me again. I knew you were all up to something. I just couldn't figure out what. Are you mad at me? I asked, genuinely sad. If I've suddenly hurt my friend, I would never actually deceive her. But this is all in good fun. She swats at me, which devolves into yet another hug. Of course not. Relief washes through me, and we bask in the moment. She deserves to be happy, and now she will be. I wink at Gerald to praise him for his good work. The music resumes, delicate and light. The couples retake their positions on the floor. The light outside is slowly crumbling into velvet night. Eventually, Vanessa floats back to Gerald, and they dance some more, awash in the glow of their newly engaged status. I join Rufo on the dance floor once again, and we make sloppy circles, not caring if we stay on beat or not. I'm so happy for them, I whisper to him, glancing over at my best friends. So am I. Can't believe we managed to pull it off without her finding out. Rufo murmurs into my hair. Guess Paris has that effect on people. He laughs softly. Guess so. But truly it's not Paris. Not really? He counters, his voice suddenly philosophical. We stop dancing and I look up at him. It's not? No, it's you. And me. It's us together. We could be anywhere. And I'd still feel like you are the best thing to ever happen to me. Warmth, not associated with booze or good food, infuses me. I can't possibly love this many anymore. Can I? You complete me, I whisper back. We continue to swirl on the floor as the Parisian night falls like starfire all around us.
Chapter 29. Rufo. You didn't have to do this, you know, Britney says out of the side of her mouth. I'm happy she's smiling as she says it. She looks like she's made out of light itself. A shimmering off-shoulder dress in ivory white gleams against her gorgeous brown skin. Her hair is scented with flowers and long earrings glide their way downwards, kissing her neck. I know I didn't, but you deserve a big wedding. Your Aunt Felicia would want it this way, I reply, squeezing her hand as I look out at the dozen or so tables arranged around the ballroom. Sure, we've been married for over 6 months in the eyes of the law, but in the eyes of pomp and opulence, today's the day. I wanted this as much as I wanted to give it to Britney. A big event to celebrate our love, to be able to bring our family, a select few, friends and colleagues together to witness it. It never would have felt right if we didn't have this second wedding. We went all out. The flowers, the food, the booze, the photographer, the ice sculpture, all of it. Picture perfect. Now, sitting at the sweetheart table, watching the hustle and bustle of the cater waiters and all our friends eating and celebrating, I know we did the right thing. Britney considers my words. Maybe she would have. She certainly knew how to be dramatic. We both laugh and go back to our meal. The ceremony, merely a renewal of vows in front of a much bigger crowd, went swimmingly. After we eat, the dancing will begin. It will be quite the party. Nearby, I spy my family happily tucking into their filet mignons or beet ravioli with ricotta. Grandpa Rufus is looking in fine form. A little thinner, perhaps, and more drawn around the eyes, but he is taking his condition day by day, and I'm grateful he's still around. Since Britney and I married, he and I have become, to my utter surprise, quite close. It is something I have grown to appreciate. Rufus sees me and raises his glass. I've never seen him so pleased. He returns to eating, and my gaze continues to the next table where Vanessa and Gerald sit. Ever since their engagement, they have been in full planning mode. Vanessa wants every detail perfect, so they're holding off a few more months before the big day. It's going to be a doozy, that I can already tell. The contentment I feel is suddenly shattered when there's a commotion at the double doors leading into the ballroom. You have to let me in! I'm the bride's mother! A voice I haven't heard in quite a while, and was hoping to never hear again, pierces through the ambient dinner music and rumble of conversation. Could she really be gate-crashing? Standing up, I catch sight of her. There's Mary, Britney's mother, flanked by her son and husband, trying their best to get past the two sturdy but slightly befuddled waiters standing there. I hear them answering in calm voices. Ma'am, you aren't on the guest list, and this is an exclusive event. You're not coming at me with an exclusive. I know what that means. And I'm the bride's mother. Her voice silences any remaining noise from the guests. Only the music continues from the speakers, sounding odd with this new tension in the air. Brittany's face is granite. She stares straight ahead, her jaw set. I can't imagine what she's feeling right now. And I know I can't stand for this. Heading to the doors, I start rehearsing exactly what I'm going to tell these horrible people who have never really cared for Britney at all. Vanessa, however, has other plans. She stands before me, her face a mask of contained rage. Please, Rufo, this is your day, and you are not to be bothered with this garbage. Allow me the pleasure of handling it. She seems almost to take a gleeful pleasure out of it, so I bow slightly and gesture that they are all hers. Turning on her very high heel, she approaches them. I can see Mary's face pinch a little at her approach. Vanessa is a bulldog when threatened, and you do not want to mess with her. Whatever Vanessa says to them, I do not hear. She is discreet, simply leaning over and whispering in Mary's ear. Mary's face pales, and her lips tighten. Seconds later, she grabs her husband and son and swiftly leaves. They're followed by 2 burly security guards that have just arrived from the hotel's security detail. There's no way they will be gatecrashing in the near future. Vanessa returns to her seat, giving me a wink and 2 thumbs up. Whatever she said did the trick, and I am forever in her debt. I'm also planning to file charges against them. Britney does not need to have her family ruin a very special day. Moments later, the party resumes, with each guest marveling at what just happened. I can't stop them from talking. I can only hope they won't cast aspersions on Britney. Whatever she is, it's entirely from her own making, not from them. Let's forget that ever happened, she says, before I can say a word. I reach over, grab her hand. You got it. What I wouldn't do to make this woman happy. It's then that I notice her champagne glass is still full. Babe, is the champagne okay? You haven't even touched it. She looks at the glass and then looks at me, a small smile crossing her lips. Yeah, about that. She gets to her feet, takes her glass and strikes her fork against the crystal, creating the universal call for a wedding toast. The room immediately quiets, all eyes turning to the luminous bride. Hello, everyone. I know it's not usual for the bride to make speeches during a wedding, but nothing Rufo and I have done so far is conventional, so why start now? There's a ripple of laughter through the guests. Britney continues. First, I want to thank you all for being here today. Sharing this day with all of you is so special and makes what Rufo and I have that much more meaningful. You are witnesses and helpers in our journey together. So thank you. Hums of appreciation and affirmation follow. Second, I want to thank Rufo for this wild and crazy party he's thrown for y'all. When I said simple, he thought something else entirely. And you know what? I'm glad he did. Enjoy the food, everyone. Another wave of appreciation and even some whoops from the younger guests. Free booze will have that effect. I reach up and grab Britney's hand. Lastly, I have an announcement to make. Something not even Rufo knows. It's wild and wonderful, and I can't believe I'm about to say it to you all. In fact, I'm so nervous. I may only say it straight to Rufo, but you can all overhear, okay? There is laughter around us, but I see that she's serious. A flash of concern pulls at me. Is she okay? What's she about to say? Britney turns to me, taking both my hands in hers. I sit there stupefied, unable to fathom what is going to happen next. The room around me seems to muffle and disappear. Rufo, you've made me so happy these past few months. Happier than I ever thought possible. You love me, respect me, and give me all that I need. So I am beyond excited to tell you, I'm pregnant. For a moment, my whole world falls away, and it's just me and her, and this incredible tiny thing we've created. A baby of our own. I'm going to be a dad. How absolutely incredible. Bursting out of my chair, I pull her into a crushing hug as cheers and whoops explode all around us. From my periphery, I see Rufus cheering and pumping his fist in celebration. Really? 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 Is the only thing I can say as happiness flows through me. Britney nods. Now you know why I wasn't touching the champagne. I do indeed. Oh, Britney. You have no idea how happy this makes me. I hug her again, trying to see if I can already see any changes in her. Funnily enough, I can. She is glowing. How did I not see it before? I have a pretty good idea, she replies, laughing with joy. I wanted to tell you earlier, but this seemed like the best way. Oh, Rufo, I'm so excited. That makes 2 of us. Or should I say, 3. I kiss her, barely able to contain my happiness. Soon we are flooded with well-wishers. Friends flock to our table, offering congratulations, advice, little jokes from the dudes, warnings from the women. It's incredible and so comforting to know we won't be alone in the next phase of our marriage. We have so many promises of babysitters. We can have all the date nights we want. Our meal grows cold as the party continues, but I don't care. I'm too excited to eat, and Britney seems that way too. 20 minutes later, as the coffee service is in full swing, the ambient music dies away and the DJ gets things going. Jubilant, pounding music booms out of the large speakers, and guests flock to the dance floor, their arms waving and feet moving. More so than other weddings I've been to, this one feels different. There's an extra dollop of joy heaped on this one. The promise of a happy couple and a baby made out of love on the way. What more could anyone ask? Britney and I jump and swoop on the floor with everyone else. Collars are loosened, hairpins are shed, and soon, a small pile of shoes, stilettos mostly, gathers at the edge of the dance floor. I whoop and holler with the best of them, my eyes always finding my wife in the crowd. Her beauty is intoxicating, her presence my oxygen. I cannot wait to see what happens next.
Chapter 30. Britney. No matter how many times I smell her head, I can't get over it. It's the smell of warm skin, of newness, of possibility, like bread dough but sweeter, of my baby girl's head. Little curls, a dizzying shade of blonde brown, are scribbled over her tiny crown, and her eyes, a startling blue, are now closed in a post-feed drunken stupor. Her hands, so impossibly tiny, are curled into her chest, her lilac onesie warm and safe. Kissing her forehead, I rock her gently in the same rocking chair that her daddy was rocked in, the same chair her grandfather was rocked in. Elisa was so insistent it passed along to the next in the family line. She had it repainted and reupholstered in time for the birth, fresh white paint and new pillows in a purple gingham. More and more, I'm grateful for these moments of family connection, starting with my baby girl. I will never tire of saying those words to myself and to others. My baby girl. I never knew how much I could love someone until she came along. She is my everything. Afternoon is giving way to evening, the sky outside a dull gray after a rain. Beyond the window, the bare winter trees are starting to emerge from their long seasonal nap. I look forward to the sunny spring days ahead, when I can walk to the local park with my baby in her stroller, the fresh air on her skin. She's asleep, her eyelids fluttering slightly in some magical newborn dreamscape, fueled by the rocking chair's motion and mommy's milk. I envy her slightly, but what a joy it is to hold her as she sleeps. Looking up, I see Rufo's body framed in the light of the hallway. He smiles at the 2 of us, his rush of pride almost palpable in the coming darkness. Hey, beauties. What are you up to? His voice is deep, low, and soothing. I smile. Oh, nothing much. Drinking, dancing, partying. He smiles back. The usual then. No matter how hard I try, I just can't keep up with you 2. For a moment, neither of us speak. We just smile and stare at our daughter. A miracle we made together. With all the hustle and bustle of daily life, our schedules, and, of course, the birth itself. These moments of pure stillness and contentment are extremely rare. I intend to enjoy this one. Rufo sighs before he breaks the quiet. You hungry? I realize I am. Ravenous, in fact. Breastfeeding may be great for losing the baby weight, but it also makes you crazy hungry. I am starving. Thought you might be. Good thing there are tacos downstairs from El Sitio. I knew there was a reason I loved you. Thought it was just for my good looks, he retorts. Well, that's part of it. We laugh again and he comes into the room. He smells of winter air and clean laundry. Want me to take her? He reaches out to me, his arms ready. Do I have a choice? Nope, Daddy wants a turn. Very carefully, I rest our sleeping baby in his waiting arms and stand up. Just as carefully, he maneuvers himself into the rocking chair and resumes the rhythm. If she noticed, she barely flinched. She's a good sleeper, something I'm very grateful for. I touch her cheek, and then his, and then pad silently out of the room, my eyes squinting in the hallway light. As I leave, Rufo calls quietly. The paperwork is on the dining room table. I nod and leave the room. Heading down the stairs, I bask in the craftsmanship of the stairwell. Turn-of-the-century woodwork made by true artists. The whole house is solid, built to last, my Aunt Felicia's house, now fully mine. Shortly after the second wedding, Madison Ford alerted me that all was in order. I had fulfilled my end of the bargain, and the inheritance was to be mine, all of it. As Rufo and I returned to our jobs and in getting prepared for the baby, I largely pushed it aside. Even when a large envelope containing a sheaf of papers arrived, I pushed them in the growing pile of things to be taken care of. Later pile. My family, it seems, wanted to contest the proceedings and were throwing every wrench they had at it. I left the whole matter in Miss Ford's capable hands, not caring about the outcome. I had much happier matters to look to, and my family's greedy squabbling was not on the agenda. A few months later, little Imani was born, healthy and perfect. My world became even smaller, with only room for her, Rufo and myself. I had no time or energy for anything else. For a time, the world was content to leave me be, but even I knew it was only temporary. Soon enough, the email started, followed by calls, followed by even more paperwork. Miss Ford had, of course, prevailed, and my family was left with no more legal threads to pull. Everything my Aunt Felicia had worked so hard to acquire and build was now mine. Her house, the rental properties, the buildings, all of it. If I'd kept everything she left me, I could have been made a millionaire, many times over. I knew it, and my family knew it. But all that mattered to me now was my little trio. Me, Rufo, and Imani. Nothing else could ever mean as much. My next call to Ms. Ford was with a proposition of my own. Can you handle giving all the properties to charity? Except for the house, I'll keep that. But everything else can go to where it's needed most. I'll send you a list. Ms. Ford, after a pause of what I can no doubt attribute to shock, said it would be her pleasure. I hung up, feeling a great weight shift off my shoulders. A burden I had no idea I'd even been carrying. Now, all that's left to do is sign those papers, which sit on my dining room table, neatly arranged with stickers to indicate exactly where I am to sign. It was an easy decision, to give back where I would do the most good. Whatever Aunt Felicia's intentions were, I had more than fulfilled them. What I did going forward was entirely up to me. Sitting down, a plate of tacos near me, I signed the papers with great flourishes. On Monday, I would bring them to Miss Ford's office, secure in the knowledge that people would actually benefit from them rather than being beholden to a bunch of slumlords. It felt good to give back. What was a touch harder was giving up the offer to become dean of the philosophy department at Yale. It was my dream, after all, something I had worked so hard for all my life. Until I met Rufo, of course. Funny how dreams have a way of changing. You just have to be open to that. Becoming dean would have been a wonderful experience. Maybe I'll even have another shot at it someday. But being Imani's mom is even greater. I still have my teaching, my students, and my writing. But becoming dean would take a greater toll on me than I am currently willing to give. Now, my daughter needs me. My husband needs me, and I need me. Thought of in those terms, it was pretty simple, really. Pushing the papers into a neat pile and finishing my taco, I sit back for a moment, content to have my belly full. The house is warm and cozy against the chill outside, and I can hear the wooden creak of the rocking chair upstairs. I can't resist. I have to go peek. Tiptoeing in my slippers, I sneak up the century-old steps back to Imani's room. Stealthily looking around the doorframe, my heart catches. Rufo is there, rocking his daughter in his arms, singing to her softly. It's a made-up song and mostly off-key about a brave, smart girl called Imani who solves all the world's problems and cures all the world's ills. He's setting a high bar, but hey, girls today need all the help they can get. I'm here for it. Let's all cheer for Imani. Let's all say hip hooray. Let's all cheer for Imani. She's here to save the day. The song is silly and ridiculous, but filled with love. My chest aches just hearing it. Imani burbles at him in her sleep. Perhaps she hears it. I hope she does. Soon Rufo runs out of lyrics and contents himself with just humming. I sit down just out of sight and listen to them. Dad and daughter, so content in the approaching darkness. This is my life now, and I'm utterly here for it. This is my family. A family I built and will treasure always. Nothing can intrude upon that. After a few moments, the humming slows and stops. Cautiously, I peek my head around the corner and look in. The room is almost entirely dark, save for the unicorn nightlight in the corner giving off a cheery glow. Rufo is asleep, the rocking chair still. Imani lies nestled and safe in his strong arms. I could almost weep with happiness. My brain tries to memorize every detail, knowing just how fleeting it all is. My loves, my family, always and forever. Family is what you make it, and I intend to make mine a beautiful one.